grateful for the being loved up.
Hey, 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 hello. Let's see. Reverb is turned off. Let's go. Hi, I'm just gonna get into it because today is gonna be a long as art day. I am speed running my art commissions today because I don't know. I fucked up and I lost my files and I had to redo quite a couple of my art commissions. It is sad, but we gotta go with it. We gotta get on with it. And I should be able to get that done in like 24 hours. I'm not planning to stream for 24 hours. Hopefully I can get this done in like 10 or 12 hours, maybe less than that. Hopefully. I'm still gonna do my best to render everything as much as I can. I don't wanna, you know, I don't wanna half-ass my work. Let's see. And while I'm doing the art commissions, we will be watching and listening to some, what you call it, true crime. If you are a fan of true crime, this is for you, right? We're just gonna be chilling, doing some art, and listening to what you call it, to the true crime documentaries I have here ready for you. This is an entire playlist from Megan. We're besties. If you guys don't know who Megan is, I'm not talking about the Stallion. I'm talking about the true crime Megan. Anyway, let us go ahead and get that up on the screen so I can get to work with my commissions. There you have it. Let's go. Hopefully you guys can hear it properly. Hmm. It should be fine, right? Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun. Okay. I think that should be it. Yes, period. Let me get the video going so I can start working on the commission. Today's commission is for Kane. I already had the draft for the line art. I fucked up my files because I was cleaning up my files. I have OCD. I like to be I'd like to organize my stuff, and unfortunately I yeeted it all away. Most probably I deleted the files. So now I have to restart from scratch. And hopefully I can get it I can speedrun it without losing the quality. Anyway, here goes. This is the story. It's not a story. It's a true crime. This is a documentary about 44 boys who did something horrible to a teenage girl. Now, Korean people are hunting those people down, those boys down. This is the Myeong case. All right, let's listen to it. Never heard of it though. Or I could have, but I couldn't remember. But yeah, let's get into it. Let's see.
The 2004 Miryang middle school girl group sexual assault case has been brought back into the spotlight after 20 years by a Korean YouTuber, sparking a wave of public backlash. The case is one of the most disturbing in Korea, as the victim was a middle school girl at the time who was sexually assaulted by 44 high school boys over the course of a year. The boys eventually got off without punishment, and the girl ended up not being able to go to school because schools would not accept a sexual assault victim, so she just lived a tragic life afterwards. I covered this case before, but I'll give you a detailed explanation again on what happened for those who have not watched my previous video about the case, so don't worry. A couple of days ago, this Korean YouTuber announced he was going to reveal the identities of all 44 perpetrators. He said he had directly communicated with the victims' families via email and had gotten their permission. As the real names and workplaces of the perpetrators were revealed, netizens flooded their workplace websites and Instagram accounts, accusing them. Some of the perpetrators were fired from their jobs, and some businesses temporarily closed. Before we dive into this shocking reveal, let's take a moment to go back 20 years and talk about the case to understand why this identity leak is such a big deal to Koreans. The victim, only known by her surname Choi, was born and raised in Ulsan. She had a younger sister and a younger brother and grew up in a very underprivileged household. Her father was an alcoholic and abusive, beating her mother every single day. So, unable to endure this any longer, her mother divorced him in January 2003, a year before the incident, and moved out of the house. After the divorce, the father's abuse was directed at his eldest daughter, Choi. The verbal abuse and physical assaults were relentless. He was incompetent and drank every day, turning Choi's life into a constant nightmare. She was unable to confide in anyone about her suffering. In January 2004, Choi met Park through an internet chat. Park, who was then 18 years old, convinced her to come to Miryang, about an hour from Ulsan. He was part of a youth gang in the Miryang area, infamous for assaulting fellow students and stealing money.
I'm using a base
Once
or a template.
He beat her with an iron pipe and took the unconscious girl to a motel where he and 12 fellow teenage gang members sexually assaulted her. They took turns assaulting her, sometimes with each boy assaulting her 7 to 10 times, dragging her to motels, playgrounds, dormitories, tennis courts, and other places. These boys went to shocking lengths, even using various objects, including sexual devices, to torture the girl during the assaults. This later resulted in her developing serious gynecological complications that required prolonged treatment. They even filmed the assaults with cell phones and camcorders, threatening to post the footage online if she told anyone. She was terrified and ashamed,
and we just started.
She felt she had no choice but to stay silent. It is known that other girl students, including their girlfriends, also joined the assault and helped the boys film the act.
Joining.
Unfortunately,
what are you doing? You're
the
also a
footage has been leaked
female.
Online, even though that
You're
was
a
the
woman.
last thing the victim
Why would you
ever
support
wanted
this?
and tried to prevent
What
at
the
all
fuck?
costs. Their crimes
Hey,
didn't stop
darling.
with
How are
Trey.
you,
They also
dear?
lured her 13-year-old younger sister
Thank you
and
once
16-year-old
again.
older cousin to Miryang,
Appreciate
assaulted
you.
them, and stole
I'm
their
working on the
gold
commissions
rings
I
and
couldn't
money.
do. I'm trying to
So
finish
for about a
this
year, Trey was
today.
trapped in a nightmare, enduring abuse from the boys outside and her father at home. She couldn't tell her father about what was happening, obviously, fearing public shame and further violence. So she kept everything to herself. Finally, when Trey's aunt noticed she was acting strange and looking unstable, she convinced her to talk about what was going on. It was only then that Trey opened up about the horrific things she
No recovering.
had been
Oh,
through.
you
Her aunt
resting?
immediately told Trey's mother, who called the police on
I'm
November
glad you're getting some
25th,
rest.
2004, at around 8 p.m. The police assured her that Trey's identity would be strictly protected. A detective from the Ulsan Namdong police station who responded to the call also promised confidentiality. And now you'll hear about how the entire system, the police, her family, everyone who was supposed to help her, completely failed her. The police's promises to protect her identity turned out to be empty. Initially, they conducted their investigation in secret. But on December 6, 12 days after the report was filed, they carried out a mass arrest of the perpetrators and made this public. A total of 44 individuals were taken to Ulsan Nambu police station from various PC rooms and libraries in Changwon, Miryang, Ulsan, and other locations. Among them, 35 were students attending high schools in Miryang. And during the investigation, a report containing the actual surname, age, and residential area of the sexual assault victim was leaked. After arresting the perpetrators, the police issued a press release to the media. The police investigation was a mess, to say the very least.
So sad.
They promised the victim she'd be interviewed by female officers, but that never happened. Instead, the victim had to go through the pain of explaining her ordeal to male officers. And to make things worse, the investigators made horrible remarks to the victim, like, "Didn't you enjoy it? And go looking for it yourself." And one officer said, "I'm from Miryang, and you've ruined my hometown's
every
reputation."
Thursday I do
and I
art.
hope that was all, but there's
If
more.
I have commissions,
the police
yes.
even made the victim face the 44 perpetrators one-on-one. Each day, the victim had
How
to
are you
remember
doing, darling? Thank you
and
for
recount
teaching me how
specific
to do the
details,
animated
like
ones.
who assaulted her on
I'm
the
gonna
first
attempt
day,
to do an animated
and what
emote
exactly
soon, so
did they do to
I
her,
would hope you
for
could
how
help
long,
me
and who did it
again.
on the second day, and so on. All this in front of a male officer and the boys.
I'm using pre-made
Can you even imagine having
templates
to
for the
face
emotes.
the
So
people,
the client
the
shows
boys who
these,
assaulted you
emote
and you're
bases.
terrified of,
So I'm just
being
gonna
scolded
use
by
the
the police
emote
to remember
bases
the
for
smallest
their
details or
commission.
risk proving nothing, and enduring the disdainful looks on their faces. All this while you are the victim and you're the one who should be protected. The perpetrators would look her in the eye and say, "When did I ever sexually assault you?"
How are you doing, Kat?
She was overwhelmed by their blatant lies, and she just broke down in tears. And during the investigation, the victims, yes, there were more than one. Actually, there were 5 victims in total. They were summoned 9 times, and each time they had to give statements for 7 to 8 hours. Throughout this process, they were also threatened by the perpetrators and their parents, who said things like, "We will never leave you alone. Let's see how you live well after ruining my son's life." Another shocking detail that shows how the victims were perceived by the police at the time is that the investigating officers further harassed them when they visited this karaoke bar that had hostesses. At the karaoke bar, they made degrading remarks about the middle school victim, Che, as if it was some funny joke, mentioning her by her name and telling one of the hostesses that she looked like her. And they said
stay
she
awake?
looked
Oh my
disgusting
goodness. Good luck
and
with
made them
the
lose their
V word.
appetite.
Let me
Yes,
give you a
that's
shouty, darling.
what the police officer said. And now we understand why this case has been so mishandled, because even the police didn't care about the victim. A hostess who was there told the victim's family about what happened and what he said, which caused a huge public outcry. Civic and women's groups protested, and the police ended up disbanding the original investigation team of 4 officers and put together a new team with female officers. But as public anger grew, the prosecution stepped in and set up a special investigation unit. Chang Yong, a reporter from Changwon MBC who covered the story, explained that shortly after the incident, the police were up for promotions and seemed really eager to blow up the case to show results. Che and her sister couldn't live in that area anymore because their identities were exposed. In January 2005, the victims and their mother moved to Seoul, where they were admitted to Yonsei Severance Hospital for treatment. The victim's condition was extremely bad, both mentally and physically. Her doctor said she'd been neglected for a long time, and after the sexual assault, she developed serious complications. She suffered from severe depression and a lack of affection. She also had a lot of resentment towards her mom, who had left her after her parents' divorce. The doctor remembered her often crying during treatment, saying she just wanted to die. She was discharged after about a month of psychiatric treatment, but she frequently tried to take her own life, like threatening to jump in front of a subway train. Her family was worried about her extreme behavior, so they forcibly admitted her to a closed psychiatric ward. And during this time, her dad and relatives from her dad's side of the family visited her because they cared about her, because they were worried. No, they pressured her to settle with the perpetrators because the perpetrators' families had offered her dad money for a settlement. The victim, who wanted to get out of that hospital so bad, was manipulated by her dad. And legally, there was no way to stop her father's guardianship. In the end, she followed her dad's lead, wrote a settlement agreement and a petition asking for leniency for the perpetrators. Her dad received 50 million won in settlement money. He used 15 million won to rent a house on the outskirts of Ulsan and split the rest with relatives. The victim and her sister didn't get a single penny. And as you may have guessed, the settlement and the petition ended up significantly reducing the perpetrator's sentences. The victim later regretted agreeing to it, but by then it was too late. With some persuasion from the Sexual Violence Counseling Center, her father agreed to transfer custody of the sisters to their biological mother. The family was split up. The sisters lived with their mother in Seoul, while their younger brother stayed with the father in Ulsan.
Oh no,
in Seoul, they had to live in a rented room and get by on welfare assistance. And then the sisters faced another devastating blow. They got news that their father had died from alcohol-related issues during the perpetrator's sentencing trial. Well, personally, after what he had done to her, I honestly don't feel too bad for him. But anyways, yeah. The victim and her sister, along with their mother, sued the state over the police's humiliating investigation. On March 18th, 2007, The Seoul High Court ruled that the state had to pay 30 million won to Choi, 10 million won to her sister, and 10 million won to their mother. The Supreme Court upheld this decision on June 16th, 2008. Sadly, the victim never finished high school. In April 2005, she and her mother looked for a new school, but they were turned down everywhere because of the scandal. After a lot of pleading by her lawyers, she finally got into a public high school in Seoul, but only after visiting around 10 schools. And then something unexpected happened. The parents of one of the perpetrators showed up at her new school, asking her to write a petition for their son in juvenile detention. When she saw the mother of the perpetrator, she was terrified, and she hid in the bathroom. The mother followed her, making a scene, and she ended up dropping out of school. Her lawyer Kang Ji-won mentioned that after dropping out of school, she didn't have much to do. She spent a lot of time on the computer, stayed in PC rooms, and worked various part-time jobs. At times, she gained a lot of weight because of binge eating and couldn't hold a steady job, just moving from one part-time gig to another. In total, 44 students were directly involved in the sexual assault of the middle school girl in Miryang. Prosecutors have only charged 10 of them. Of the remaining 34, 20 were sent to the juvenile department, and 13 were released as not guilty because they had settled with the victim or were not included in the complaint. One was sent to another office because he was involved in another case.
Just because you have money, you can get away
the Ulsan
with
District Court decided to send all 10
horrible
indicted
shit.
individuals to the Juvenile Detention Center. So no one has been criminally prosecuted in this case. They all completed their legal punishment without leaving any
Life
criminal
isn't fair,
record.
man.
For the students sent to the Juvenile Detention Center, the prosecution argued
Is
that
it me?
the
Is
assault
it just
or
me, or
intimidation
is
wasn't
life
severe
unfair?
enough to prevent the victim
That's
from
crazy.
resisting, and that there was insufficient evidence. So the case concluded like that, leaving many seething with anger and disbelief. And now, 20 years later, a YouTuber who has been meticulously gathering information on the perpetrators has people reflecting that what goes around comes around, and that there truly are no secrets in life. The controversy started on June 1st this year, so that's a couple of days ago, when a YouTube channel named Narak Archive uploaded a video titled Miryang Sexual Assault Ringleader, and his name, "Did you think I wouldn't find you?" The YouTuber began revealing the current whereabouts of the perpetrators involved in the Miryang sexual assault case from 20 years ago. In one video, it was disclosed that a man surnamed Park, a ringleader of the incident, now in his 30s, was working at a popular restaurant in Cheongdo County run by his relative. The video also mentioned that celebrity chef Baek Jong-won had featured this restaurant as a must-visit place. The YouTuber claimed that the restaurant was raking in money and was trying to downplay Park's role by saying he was just a part-timer. Park reportedly filed a complaint about the video, citing invasion of privacy. Despite this, the restaurant received numerous one-star reviews, which is like a death sentence for restaurant owners, causing significant damage to the business. A restaurant representative expressed frustration, saying that while it's true his father hired Park, they themselves had nothing to do with the crime. And also, it was revealed that the restaurant was operating in an illegally constructed building, leading to a corrective order from Cheongdo County. The restaurant has since closed temporarily, posting a notice that read, "As of June 3rd, 2024, we are temporarily closed for expansion and relocation." According to the video, since the incident, the main perpetrator Park changed his name and has been living comfortably with his family. Park is currently married and raising a daughter. On his account, he had posted messages expressing his affection for his daughter, saying
I'll
things
give you all
like,
shouts in
I
a
will
bit.
remove
It's
all
hard
the
because my
obstacles
keyboard
in
is
your
far
life
away from me.
and be the most reliable father. And
I hope you
live your
guys
life
are
spending the money I
well.
earn for you.
Oh no.
Exercise, take
I
care of
can't put a
yourself, and
circle. How
rely
do
on
I
your
even put a
dad.
circle?
That's
I'll
all
put a
I want
circle
for
later.
you. Ironic, isn't it? His account has been deleted ever since the reveal. The incident also brought renewed attention to a woman surnamed Huang, a current police sergeant who, during the time of the incident, had posted messages defending the perpetrators online. Huang passed the police officer exam in 2010 and has been working in the Gyeongnam area. In 2012, Huang issued an apology. It was also revealed that after becoming a police officer, Huang changed her name and started a family. Netizens criticized Huang's past actions and demanded a
change your name
response from the police
after
station.
committing a
They
crime
left
and like
comments
live like you
"Does
didn't do
this police
anything
station
bad.
promote people who
Wow.
defend criminals?
I
Is
am
this
in
where people with a
disbelief
criminal
in this
past
society.
and a new name can become police officers? Great disguise skills, really commendable. Just 2 days after revealing Park's identity, on June 3rd, the YouTube channel Narak Archive released information about another alleged perpetrator, Shin, a man in his 30s. According to the video,
scammers can be
Shin
that
works at a
dedicated.
foreign car showroom in Gimhae, Gyeongnam, owns 3 luxury cars, and enjoys a lavish lifestyle, including golfing on weekends. Shin had also posted a photo of a middle-aged woman on Instagram with the caption, "My beloved mother, I'll make sure you live happily forever." Shin's Instagram account disappeared quickly, but netizens found his blog and flooded it with negative comments. Like with Park and Huang, the Volvo car showroom where Shin worked faced numerous complaints. The showroom's portal site received a flood of 1-star reviews, and its Instagram account was bombarded with hateful comments. So on June 4th, the showroom issued an official statement.
Not gonna lie,
they take the matter very seriously.
I feel a
and
little
have terminated
sad for those
involved.
business
And
owners
according to the YouTuber,
because they probably
the
don't
remaining
know that
perpetrators are tipping off
their
each
employee is
other
a
about
criminal,
each
but
other's crimes
it is
and
what it
identities to prevent their identities from spreading. But there are also concerns about this kind of vigilante justice. Some people are saying that distrust in the judicial system doesn't justify private retaliation, and that revealing personal information is legal, comparing it to a witch hunt. There was also concern about the possibility of innocent people being wrongly targeted and suffer from this. Even more troubling is that after the video was uploaded, the personal information of the perpetrators' wives, families, and siblings was also exposed. This has led to unintended victims, with ordinary people expressing distress over their unexpected involvement. As I mentioned before, the YouTube channel Narak Archive has posted a notice stating, "I have already communicated with the victims' families via email, and we have decided to disclose all 44 perpetrators." But in an interview with a Korean news outlet, the Korean Sexual Violence Counseling Center stated that the victim's side was not asked for consent or consulted prior to the YouTube channel's disclosure of the perpetrators' identities. They were unaware of this until the video was posted. They reported that the victims requested the video to be taken down on June 3rd, but haven't received a response. According to the organization, the victims also expressed their dismay and concern over the unilateral vigilante justice being carried out without respecting their wishes. They felt that attacking the perpetrators without prior consent and causing social outrage amounts to private revenge and secondary victimization. The YouTube channel Narak Archive added to the controversy by disclosing a person who was rumored to be the current girlfriend of Shin, the main perpetrator who assaulted the Miryang victim with a metal pipe.
He's really just going for everyone, man.
Woman, surnamed
That's
Chong,
crazy.
The owner of a nail salon in Miryang, leading to malicious attacks on the salon and severe damage. When Shin's identity was revealed, netizens launched cyber attacks on the innocent woman's blog, Instagram, and contact details. But Chong issued a statement online to clear her name, saying, "I am being subjected to a witch hunt. I'm making this statement because my acquaintances and business are suffering." She clarified that she is not
No ads
Shin's
for true
girlfriend.
crime. Yes.
She also said that she planned to file a petition with the police and take legal action. Experts suggest that people are supporting these acts of private retribution, such as revealing the perpetrator's personal information online, because they feel that the judicial system completely failed the victims. These actions have clear legal problems, such as violating privacy laws and potentially causing defamation. Because these public disclosures seem to have a stronger impact than formal legal punishments, the issue is likely to continue getting a lot of attention. And before we close this chapter, many of you might be wondering how Che is doing now. I wish I could tell you that she, now in her 30s, has spent the past 20 years on a path of recovery, supported by many, but unfortunately the reality is far from this. The YouTuber doesn't go into detail about her current state, but after speaking with her family, he felt compelled to reveal the identities of the perpetrators because her life remains shattered compared to theirs. Even now, she is grappling with depression,
I mean, that's 44
anxiety,
people who fucked you up.
anorexia, and bulimia, and
Of course you're
going
gonna be
to make
fucked
ends
up for a
meet
long while.
through temporary jobs.
Probably
Meanwhile, the perpetrators are
your entire
living in
life. I
luxury.
don't know.
Though hard to verify, an online user
That's really
claiming
difficult.
to know the perpetrators mentioned that these former youth gang members still meet regularly
Not the boing boing.
and talk about the victim as if what they did was some
Thank
kind of
you again,
achievement
Feathers.
or a fond memory of the past. This heartbreaking contrast between their carefree lives and her ongoing suffering is so painful to even imagine. I find myself torn about the public revealing of the perpetrators' identities. While it can bring a sense of justice, it also raises ethical concerns and potential harm to unintended parties.
That's true.
My foremost hope is for Tre's well-being and for her to find the support she needs to heal. This case reminds us of the crucial need for comprehensive social support in cases of sexual violence. Korea has changed a lot since the incident, and I would like to believe that sexual violence victims are no longer treated the way Tre was. But we must continue to push for a society where victims are heard, protected, and supported throughout their recovery journey, ensuring that justice is served without causing further harm. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. The thought of being trapped underground makes many of us uneasy. For some, it's a claustrophobia-inducing nightmare. For others, the mere thought of being buried alive is unthinkable. In the quiet town of Lacey, Washington, what started as a regular Sunday quickly turned into a shocking story of violence and survival. Let's delve into the chilling story of Young Suk An. On October 16, 2022, 911 received a call from an Apple Watch around 1 p.m.
911, what are you reporting? Hello? What's going on there?
In the recording, we can clearly hear a distressed and muffled woman. According to the call log, dispatch heard sounds of a struggle and banging before the call ended, with the caller seemingly trying to communicate by frantically tapping buttons since she couldn't speak.
Just hang tight, okay? My partner's getting help started to you. Can you hear me? I'm not gonna hang up until help is with you, okay?
Initially, it was difficult to determine the caller's location because she couldn't speak. Nonetheless, they were able to deduce it and locate the suburban neighborhood street using cell tower data. Lacey police were called to the address immediately. The police were fortunate. The Apple Watch was still on the line, and they could hear the police car pulling up to one of the houses located at 3800 Rossburg Street Southeast.
Police Department! Lacey Police Department, if you're inside, make yourself known!
Despite announcing their approach loudly, the house was empty when the Lacey police arrived. However, signs of a disturbance were evident: an open front door and a wide open garage. Inside, they found the shattered remains of the Apple Watch that had dialed 911, but the caller was missing. Just shortly after, two young individuals arrived at the house. Crystal, aged 20, and her 11-year-old brother claimed to be the children of the homeowner, 42-year-old Korean woman Young-suk-an. Crystal later explained to the authorities that she, her mother, and her brother had attended church that morning, as they regularly did on Sundays. Upon returning home, they noticed their father's minivan in the driveway. Nothing unusual since her parents were in the process of divorcing, and her father typically visited once a week for personal matters. Crystal then told the police that her mother had asked her to take her brother and leave the house for a while, so the adults could talk privately. Just after 1 p.m., while driving back, Crystal received an automated emergency text from her mother's phone with a map to their house. When she returned, the minivan and her mother were gone, and the police were waiting outside. The police quickly realized that Chae Kyung-an, the father, had likely taken his wife Young hostage. They issued a missing person alert across Thurston and Pierce counties and used social media to spread the word, hoping the public and other law enforcement would help find the light blue Dodge Grand minivan, Young or Chae. Sadly, the response was minimal at the time. So what led to this situation? Let's rewind for a moment and examine the family's background. Initially appearing ordinary, it's known that Chae Kyung-an had previously served in the military, involved in intelligence work. Some speculated that his past service may have contributed to his sensitivity and stress. Moreover, the marriage between Chae Kyung-an and Young-suk-an was troubled. Reports indicate that Chae had a volatile temper and was not hesitant to express it towards his family, particularly his wife. Young confided in others that Chae had made repeated threats to harm her throughout their deteriorating marriage. Young had decided to leave him for her and her children's safety, unaware that his threats could soon become a terrifying reality. It started out as a typical October Sunday for the kids and their mom. Late that morning, they came home and found Chae inside. After saying hello, Young asked Crystal to take her brother out for a bit so she and Chae could talk about some adult matters. Specifically, they needed to discuss their divorce and how to split the finances. It's not clear how things escalated, but the conversation quickly turned into a heated argument. Young told Chae to leave because she couldn't handle the conflict anymore. As the argument got more intense, Chae got angry. After he stormed out, Young went upstairs to her bedroom to change. She was really tired from all the arguing and needed to recharge. But Chae wasn't done yet. He was still furious and seemed to have lost all reason. He stormed back into the house, burst into Young's bedroom, and started attacking her. He hit her repeatedly in the head and then threw her violently to the ground. Despite her efforts, Young couldn't match Che's strength, especially given his military background. Che kept attacking her and even threatened to kill her, rather than let her have any of his retirement savings. Che then tied Young's hands
I don't know how
behind
people
her
are
back
able
with
to be on
duct
the line
tape.
like that.
He also tied her ankles.
You know, there
and
was this
thighs,
one guest
making her
singer here on the
completely
Share
immobile.
radio show.
He taped
He's
over
in
her
real life
mouth
911
and
dispatcher.
eyes, leaving her unable
And
to see
I don't
or speak
really
to further restrict her.
wonder
After a
anymore
while, Che
why
parked his
she
van
barely
outside
streams, because
and went back
who
into
would
the
have the
house.
energy to stream
During this time,
after
Young
working
managed to slightly
every
free
day
one
and
hand
receiving calls
and
like
used
this?
her Apple
It's
Watch
wild.
to send emergency texts to
Props
her
to her
kids
for streaming
and
still
call
from time to
911.
time, because like,
Then
goodness
Che
gracious.
dragged Young down the stairs and across the floor. This is when the muffled screams, thuds, and struggles were heard on the call. Che, who was an expert in intelligence, noticed the smartwatch on her wrist. Not wanting to take any chances, he grabbed
Someone that
a
has
hammer
crazy
and smashed the
compartmentalization,
watch
yeah,
and
that's
her
crazy
wrists until it
actually.
came off. What he didn't know was that the watch was still working and lying on the garage floor, which eventually helped the police locate the house. After Che put Young in the trunk of his van, he drove off, quickly passing a police vehicle. Inside the trunk, Young was blindfolded, gagged, and bound. Despite these challenges, she tried to open the trunk door with her toes during the nerve-wracking drive. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain due to her restraints and lack of sight. Soon, the suburban scenery gave way to a dense, lush forest. Che was unrelenting in his madness. When the van suddenly stopped in a clearing, he pulled Young out, tossed her on the ground, and then went back to get a shovel from the van. Young could only suppress her cries as Che started to dig a hole nearby, clearly planning to bury her alive. After digging for a while, he stabbed Young in the breasts with a long, thin knife.
Not
He
the
then threw her
titties.
into the shallow
Bro.
pit and added insult to injury by throwing a heavy log on top of her, shouting that she would die. Despite everything, Young managed to slightly move her head to create a small air pocket to breathe. Unnoticed by Che, he continued to pile dirt over her. And Che left, expecting Young to suffocate and die beneath the earth from her wounds. However, the hole wasn't deep enough to suffocate her. It was only 19 inches deep. Although the weight of the wood and the dirt immobilized her, she remained alive. For about 19 hours, Young lay in the
19
shallow grave,
hours?
figuring out
I could
how to
never.
survive
I'd probably be
and escape.
long dead. I don't
Eventually, Young managed to loosen the wrist restraints. She began to dig herself
know.
out.
19
First
inches of
freeing
digging.
her
I know,
hands and then
right?
pushing the dirt from her
Just
body
backed up and left.
head.
Like it's just
After a
another work day or
tremendous
something.
effort, she freed herself from the grave and tore off the duct tape from her eyes.
Let's go, girl!
Initially thinking she had been left in the forest, she was surprised to see Che's minivan still parked near the hole. Fueled by adrenaline, Young pushed the log off her, ran as fast as she could, and escaped. Back to the police and family, they were deeply concerned about Young's safety. They combed through every piece of evidence with the
19
most
hours,
compelling
19
being
inches.
numerous
Yeah.
CCTV recordings from
Right, I
neighborhood
have
doors
to go
and
to the
streets.
sweepstakes and
One camera captured a man in a
pick
white t-shirt
19 to
and
win
dark
some
shorts
moolah.
entering Young's garage, then driving a minivan inside. Shortly after, the same van was seen speeding away from the house, passing a police SUV and heading south. Despite their efforts, the police found no trace of Young that day. However, at around 1 a.m. the following morning, they received a call from residents on Stedman Road, about 6 miles from Young's home. The homeowners reported hearing noises and suspected someone was on their property. The police arrived and, using their headlights, spotted a figure crouching behind a shed in the front yard. The figure was quickly identified as Young Suk-an, recognized from the endangered missing persons alert. She was dirty, extremely agitated, and covered in blood. When
Oh
Young
my
realized the
goodness.
figure approaching was a police officer, she ran towards them, crying and shouting hysterically. She clung to the officer's arm, screaming that her
Brian.
husband was trying to kill her, and pleaded for protection. Young was immediately taken to the hospital, where her injuries were treated. Fortunately, they were not life-threatening. The search continued for Chae Kyung-an, the prime suspect in her attempted murder. The police didn't have to wait long. The next morning, around 7 a.m., they received a tip about a suspicious vehicle parked a few hundred meters up the Chahali's Western Trail. Upon arrival, they found Chae in the Dodge Grand minivan. It seemed he was searching for Young, likely shocked to find the grave empty. The police arrested him immediately. Chae was charged with first-degree attempted murder, threats to kill, kidnapping, assault, and domestic abuse. Surprisingly, he pleaded not guilty to all charges except for domestic abuse. A preliminary hearing took place on October 19, 2022, in Thurston County Superior Court. Young was unable to attend in person, so she sent a victim's advocate to read her statement. She asked the court to keep Chae in custody, expressing her fear for her safety and the trauma he had inflicted. Nathan Kortekrax, the court commissioner, found probable cause for the charges against Chae and decided not to grant bail. Additionally, Kortekrax ordered that Chae must not contact Young or any other witnesses. Despite this, Chae's public attorney requested that his bond be reduced to $150,000, arguing that it would be sufficient to ensure his detention. Chae's defense attorney also argued that his client had committed the crime while struggling with mental health issues, including post-traumatic stress disorder, homelessness, and isolation from family and friends, and pleaded for
mental
a lighter
health now as an
sentence.
excuse for
Chae
horrible
himself
shit?
said in his final statement,
That's crazy, man.
"If I could go back to that day, I wouldn't have gone into the house." Ironically, these were the same issues that had led Young to seek a divorce, but they certainly did not excuse his actions, particularly the attempted murder that could have also traumatized their children.
I told him to think about our children, and he said, I don't need anything. Today, I'm gonna kill you.
Before the sentencing, the victim, Young, expressed, "Since that day, my children's and my lives have fallen apart. I'm left to live with the mental shock and health issues for the rest of my life," as she recalled the traumatic memories of the incident. Young and the prosecution asked the judge for the maximum possible sentence. After a thorough investigation and trial, Chae eventually pleaded guilty to the charges. Nearly a year and a half following his arrest, on April 22nd, 2024, Thurston County Superior Court handed down a verdict. According to court documents, Chae Kyung-an was convicted of one count of second-degree attempted murder and domestic abuse. At the sentencing, the judge decided to impose the maximum sentence allowed under Washington state's guidelines. The judge remarked the crimes committed by the defendant were horrendous, and added, "The physical pain and fear that Young experienced are beyond words. Young showed remarkable courage, and I hope she focuses on her emotional recovery and mental health treatment." Judge Mary Sue
We
Wilson
can only imagine
issued a
the
sentence of
psychological
13
damage.
years in prison, followed by
That's
3
just
years
horrible.
of community custody. By the time he is released, Chae will be around 67 years old, hopefully too old to pose any further threat to Young Suk-an or others. This case wraps up with Chae Kyung-an locked up for his actions, getting a lengthy sentence that reflects the severity of what he did.
Imagine trying to date again
It
after
is
this.
a stark
Yeah.
reminder of the dangers of
Well,
domestic violence,
you know,
but it also showcases
Hypothetically,
the
if
incredible
I was
strength
this
and
guy,
bravery
like, how
of
could you
Young
fuck this
Suk-an.
up? If you know
She
that you are
fought through
mentally
an
ill and someone
unimaginable
just
situation,
simply
driven by her
chose
will
to love
protect her
you, have kids
and
with you,
survive, which is
take care of
truly
you, why would you
inspiring.
fuck up this
As we think
opportunity,
about
bro?
what's happened, we hope that
Like,
Young
come
and her
on.
kids can find some peace and
It's
healing
crazy.
after everything they've gone through. Hopefully, they can move on to a safer and happier chapter in their lives. As for Che, maybe this time behind bars will give him a chance to really think about the consequences of his actions and the pain he's caused. Even though the legal side of this case is done, it definitely keeps the conversation going about how to better protect and support those facing domestic violence, making sure they get help before things escalate. That's all for today. Thanks for watching.
Oh, let me separate the hair because I could.
A mother's love is immeasurable, even in the hardest situations. A mother would never intentionally hurt her child. In some extreme cases, if she can't provide for them, she might place her child in an orphanage. This tough choice is usually driven by her desire to ensure a better life for her child than she can provide. In a tragic turn of events in 2008, in Anyang, Gyeonggi Province, South Korea, a mother was found brutally murdered. Neighbors said she often argued with her boyfriend, which led some to suspect him. But shockingly, the evidence pointed to someone completely unexpected: her son, who she had brought back from the orphanage. Let's delve into today's case. I know some of you find it funny that I play games, but why not? Playing games helps me forget the dark stuff, and here's how
I
you can
know you're a
win
gamer, girl.
with Rector Drath. Thanks again to Raid for sponsoring today's video. 2008, for sponsoring today's video. On June 7, 2008, Kang Mak-shim, a 42-year-old karaoke bar hostess, didn't show up for work for 2 days, which was completely unlike her. Her colleague, worried by her absence, tried calling and texting, but got no response. She decided to check on Kang herself. When the colleague arrived at Kang's home, she noticed the lights were on, but no one answered despite repeated ringing of the doorbell. Out of frustration, she pushed the front door, which unexpectedly slid open. Inside, she found a horrifying scene. Kang's body was in a pool of blood in the living room. The crime scene was gruesome. A detective who surveyed the crime scene noted it was one of the worst he'd seen. Kang had been stabbed multiple times, suffering 39 wounds, including a severe one that penetrated her cheek and damaged her teeth. Even the responding officers were shocked by the brutal nature of the crime. The investigation revealed that the victim's house was on the second floor, and during the incident, a window in a small room was found open. Below this window, on the bed, were footprints on a cushion. These footprints, stained with blood from the victim, were consistent throughout the movement path, indicating that the intruder had entered through the small room's window. And here's why this evidence is crucial. The direction of the footprints indicates that the perpetrator entered through the window, attacked the unsuspecting victim suddenly without any resistance, and then escaped through the front door. This straightforward path suggests the motive was likely murder, with no evidence of any other intent. This is the initial analysis based on the scene's evidence. However, the investigation also uncovered signs of a robbery. Drawers and wardrobes in the bedroom were left open and messy, and cash was missing from the victim's wallet. This led to the initial conclusion that the murder was related to a robbery, although certain aspects of the crime raised doubts. The disarray in the bedroom of Kang Mak-shim's house seemed suspicious. While the drawers and closets were messy, The clothes inside were neatly arranged. Additionally, although cash was taken, valuable items like the victim's bank book and wallet were left behind, suggesting inconsistencies at the scene. Experienced detectives suspected that the murder might have been staged to look like a robbery. The excessive number of stab wounds, totaling 39, indicated a release of pent-up anger. Unfortunately, no CCTV cameras were around Kang's house, and tracking via car dash cams was challenging at that time. This made identifying suspects difficult. No fingerprints or DNA evidence, such as hair, was found inside the house. The police began interviewing people close to the victim, suspecting the killer might be someone familiar to her. They discovered that Kang, who had been living with her 20-year-old son following a divorce 7 years earlier, had been living alone since her son moved out a few months prior. During this time, her boyfriend, let's call him B, had frequently visited her home. However, neighbors reported that Kang and B's relationship was troubled, often hearing loud arguments from the residents. On the day of the murder, neighbors reported hearing screams from her house but dismissed them as just another argument. Initially, B was considered the prime suspect. This suspicion was reinforced by the testimony of Kang's son, Kim Jong-un, who was devastated by the loss of his mother, his only family. He mentioned that his mother and B often fought because he suspected she was seeing someone else. He was convinced B was responsible and even urged the police to conduct an autopsy to reveal the truth behind his mother's tragic death. Further inquiries into the victim's relationships by the police revealed that acquaintances felt she suffered greatly because of B's obsessive behavior. During a telecommunications investigation, it was noted that B, who had been frequently calling Kang, suddenly stopped contacting her a few days before the incident. Just as suspicion towards B was intensifying, detectives stumbled upon an unexpected discovery during the investigation that added complexity to the case. During the investigation of Kang Mak-sim's murder, police discovered she had taken out 13 insurance policies starting a year before her death, with premiums totaling 1.8 million won per month. The policies would pay out approximately 320 million won upon her death, with her son, Kim Jong-un, named as the beneficiary. While it's common for children to be beneficiaries, this large number of policies raised suspicions about her son's involvement. Kim Jong-un claimed he was at his apartment, drinking with 3 friends the evening before the murder, an alibi confirmed by his friends. He also stated he was unaware of the multiple insurance policies his mother had. However, during the investigation, the son's detached demeanor when discussing his mother's death struck the police as odd. He spoke about her as if she were a stranger, showing no apparent grief or surprise. And this behavior could be partly explained by their complicated history. Due to financial struggles, Kang had placed her son in an orphanage, where he stayed for 10 years before she reclaimed him at the age of 18. The police speculated that their time apart might have affected their emotional connection, possibly explaining his lack of visible emotion following her death. Kang Mak-sim's close friends reported that she often expressed regret over the hardships her son endured during his childhood. She felt guilty for not being able to provide more for him and saw the insurance policies as a way to secure his future should anything happen to her. To afford the hefty insurance premiums, Kang worked relentlessly, managing a cross-stitch store by day and working as a karaoke hostess by night.
Oh, is this
Despite the
money
financial support
motivated
she provided,
killing?
including covering his
Goodness
college
gracious.
tuition and living expenses, police considered whether there could be lingering resentment from Kim Jong-un as a motive for murder, given his earlier years spent in an orphanage. The investigation initially focused on 2 suspects, Kang's boyfriend, B, and her son, Kim Jong-un. B had an alibi supported by mobile phone tracking and residential CCTV showing he was at home since leaving work the day before the incident. Importantly, neither B's nor Kim Jong-un's footprints matched those found at the crime scene. The investigation hit a standstill until police discovered a new clue: a small amount of blood on the front door handle, indicating the perpetrator might have been injured during the attack. The blood type was O, which didn't match either B or Kim Jong-un, pointing to the involvement of a third party. Further scrutiny was placed on the statements of the friends who were with Kim Jong-un the night before the murder. These friends, who had also grown up with him in the orphanage, seemed to confirm his alibi. However, one friend, who claimed to have arrived late due to work, appeared evasive and hesitant under more intense questioning, raising suspicions about the truthfulness of their initial statements. Under pressure, the friend eventually confessed a critical detail previously omitted. There had been a fourth person at the apartment that night, not initially mentioned by Kim Jong-un or the other friends. This fourth person, Cho Kyung-hwan, was part of the group, but deliberately excluded from initial police statements. This revelation redirected the focus of the investigation as police sought to understand Cho Kyung-hwan's role in the events leading up to Kang Mak-sim's death. It turned out that Kim Jong-un had specifically instructed his friends not to mention Cho to the police if questioned. This was suspicious because all of them were supposedly together that night, yet Cho was deliberately left out of their accounts. Given Cho's close relationship with the group and his previous cohabitation with Kang, this omission seemed highly significant. However, Cho had turned off his mobile phone and disappeared. Further inquiries revealed that Cho had abruptly traveled to Kunsan in North Cholla province the day after the murder. Investigations at the orphanage where Cho had lived turned up a crucial detail. Cho's blood type was O. Another piece of the puzzle fell into place when one of Kim Jong-un's friends, who had arrived late that night from a part-time job, recalled seeing a bandage on Cho's right finger, suggesting he might have been injured. With Cho now a strong suspect, the police reached out to his friends from the orphanage, anticipating he might try to contact them while on the run. The strategy paid off when, on June 26, 2008, Cho was arrested in a phone booth a few kilometers from Kunsan. Surrounded by police, Cho resigned to his fate and confessed to the murder of Kang, the mother of his close friend. Following his arrest, Cho Kyung-hwan delivered a shocking twist to the investigation. He claimed that Kim Jong-un, the son of the victim Kang Mak-sim, had orchestrated the murder. Despite Kim's public displays of grief and calls for justice, Cho revealed that Kim was fully aware of the numerous insurance policies his mother had taken out, contradicting his earlier statements to the police, denying knowledge of them. According to Cho, Kim had expressed his frustration with their poor living conditions and proposed a grim solution, saying, "How long do we have to live so miserably like this? Let's get rid of my mom and live comfortably for once with the insurance
Rico,
money."
how are you?
Kim reportedly became obsessed with the idea of inheriting the substantial insurance payout, estimated at 320 million won. He allegedly concocted a murder plan and enlisted Cho, his close friend, to carry it out, promising him a share of the insurance money as compensation. On the early morning of June 7th, after ensuring their other friends were asleep from drinking, Kim and Cho quietly left for Kang's house. Kim had arranged a ladder to access the house through a small room's window before his mother returns
good luck
home.
with work.
He climbed inside, opened the door for Cho, and then returned to the car to wait. Around 5 p.m., as Kang returned from work, Kim saw her approaching and concealed himself.
It happens.
He then called Cho to signal that his mother was entering the house, directing him to proceed with the murder plan. While Cho committed the brutal assault inside, Kim Jong-un maintained watch at the front door to prevent any escape attempt, trapping his mother inside with her assailant. After the murder, both re-entered to stage the crime scene as a robbery. They took money from Kang's wallet, attempted to erase fingerprints, disrupted the house, and left. The duo then drove to a nearby mountain to discard the crime tools, including a knife, gloves, and clothing. They returned to their apartment, maintaining the facade of having been there all night, deceiving their friends about their whereabouts and activities. This new testimony dramatically changed the direction of the investigation, implicating Kim Jong-un as a co-conspirator in the murder of his own mother, driven by greed and facilitated by his close friend. Cho Kyung-hwan's confession revealed that Kim Jong-un had once asked his mother if his friend Cho could live with them, leveraging their shared history from the orphanage. Initially, Kang agreed, possibly out of a desire to care for another child from the orphanage. But as economic pressures increased, Cho was eventually forced to leave the house. This expulsion bred resentment in Cho towards Kang, which may have influenced his
Are they
later
boyfriends?
actions. When the police heard Cho's confession, they quickly arrested Kim Jong-un at his residence in Anyang. Despite the evidence and Cho's statement, Kim brazenly denied all charges. But the evidence against Kim was compelling. The police found that Kim had rented a car and refueled it at a time he claimed to be asleep at home, according to his credit card statements. Additionally, fingerprints found on the position where he placed his hand when entering through the small window of the home were confirmed to be his. The crime was both unbelievable and heartbreaking. His mother had
And they were
always
roommates,
reassured
yeah.
him, saying, "Don't worry, even without Mom, I've prepared everything so you can live well." Yet, despite her reassurances,
That is so
instead of showing any remorse,
sad.
he harbored resentment towards her for sending him to the orphanage.
How could
When
you
his
do
friend
this to
Cho
your
confessed,
mom?
he was trembling and
You're
even
crazy,
cried. But Kim Jong-un
motherfucker.
claimed he didn't know Cho would stab his mother so many times, saying bluntly, "I didn't tell him to stab her that much." When asked by the police if he saw his mother's body when he re-entered the house, he coldly remarked that he didn't think of anything and just wanted to get it over with quickly, focusing only on living comfortably with the insurance money.
Damn.
During the investigation, another crime committed by the duo came to light. 2 months before
See?
Kang's murder on April 25th,
This is exactly what I've
2008,
been
they had
telling
attacked a cafe owner in Anyang, stealing her credit card
babe,
and
that we should,
100,000 won, possibly as a rehearsal
if
for the
things
subsequent murder.
go south, we can
Throughout
just
the
commit
interrogation,
insurance
Cho
fraud.
appeared remorseful and cooperative.
I'm kidding.
In stark contrast to Kim's cold and defiant demeanor. Eventually, on November 12, 2008, overwhelming evidence led to both being initially sentenced to life imprisonment. They appealed, but the appellate court escalated the sentence to the death penalty, which was later upheld by the Supreme Court on June 23, 2009. Even then, Kim Jong-un displayed no remorse, provocatively asking in court, "What has my mother ever done for me?" and causing a commotion. It is reported that Kim Jong-un and Cho Kyung-hwan both took their own lives in prison in 2011 and 2012, respectively. It's a
Fucking
sad
bitch
reminder
ass.
that family relationships can be devastated by greed and betrayal.
Yeah.
Our thoughts go out to
Greed?
the mother who worked tirelessly every
I've
day
seen all
to
that.
secure a good life for her son.
You give
only for
everything
her
you
efforts
have,
to be
and
tragically
the
repaid
thanks
with
that you get
ingratitude
is they leave you
and
in financial
violence.
ruin.
This case makes us think about
It is what
the
it
need
is.
for us to examine our
What can we do?
values
Some
and what it
people are
means to be
assholes.
part of a family.
They
It's
don't even care.
heartbreaking and leaves us questioning how such a betrayal could even be possible. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. If there are any Koreans or people living in Korea out there, I apologize for the provocative title. As a Korean living in Korea, I feel overwhelmed and saddened by all the negative news, especially when it concerns my own country, like stabbing, stalking, gender-based violence, and many more issues. But I do believe it's important to address and discuss these issues openly because life in Korea can be very different from what you see in K-dramas. Recently, there's been yet another shocking incident here in Korea, but sadly, it seems like this type of news doesn't even shock us anymore because dating violence is just so common here. I am not sure how things are handled where you're from, but over here, it's a serious problem. It even makes you wonder how safe it is to raise a daughter here. And while I know men can be victims too, let's be real, it's usually women who are more often affected. So, a few weeks back, something really sad happened in Koje, South Gyeongsang Province. A woman in her 20s named Lee Hyo-jung was hospitalized after her ex-boyfriend Kim beat her up pretty badly, and then she died 10 days later. The police have started a detailed autopsy on Lee Hyo-jung and are on Kim's case for manslaughter by assault. They both just turned 20. On April 1st, around 8 a.m., he broke into Hyo-jung's studio apartment without permission and just went off, punching her in the head and face and even strangling her. The day before, they'd had a big fight over the phone because Hyo-jung didn't want to meet him. The next morning, Kim, who had been drinking, just barged into her place and attacked her. Hyo-jung ended up with a traumatic subdural hemorrhage and other serious injuries, and she had to stay in the hospital for 6 weeks. While she was there, she even wrote down what happened and told the police she wanted Kim to be punished. But then suddenly she got a high fever and passed away on the night of April 10th. After she died, the police charged Kim with manslaughter and quickly arrested him on April 11th at 1:22 a.m. But here's the crazy part. By 9:20 a.m. that same day, he was released because
Why?
the prosecution wasn't buying the story. They saw there was a lack of direct connection between Kim's assault and Lee's death. They also said that the emergency arrest didn't hold because Kim was cooperative. He had already admitted to the assault, informed the police of his location, and there was no need to rush the arrest since they could have simply obtained a warrant. They also mentioned that the police were premature in arresting him before even receiving the autopsy results, so I feel they're being pretty laid back here. Then, the very next day, the autopsy results came out saying Lee Hyo-jung died from sepsis caused by multiple organ failure. The police are still saying they can't directly link Kim's assault to her death yet. But seriously, how does that even work? Like, how is it not direct? Police say the autopsy showed that the brain hemorrhage caused by the assault was minor and likely not the cause of death. But Hyo-jung's family argued that she had no previous health issues, and they are skeptical of this initial report from the National Forensic Service. The police have now asked for a more detailed examination from the National Forensic Service to find out the exact cause of Hyo-jung's death. This thorough analysis is expected to take up to 3 months, and the perpetrator will be free during that time. Hyo-jung's parents are devastated. They are claiming that Kim had previously assaulted and stalked her. So they paused the funeral proceedings and filed a complaint against him on April 16th. The police investigation is still ongoing, so we don't have much information yet, but I hope they do their job right, for God's sake. The history of violence between them goes all the way back to their high school years. The background story is that both Lee Hyo-jung and Kim went to the same high school in Koje, and they started dating. Even then, Kim reportedly physically abused Lee. According to their friends, he was an obsessive boyfriend. Lee thought she could escape from Kim after high school, but Kim ended up following her to the same university. A friend of the victim, also surnamed Lee, mentioned to the media he could have gone to a better university, but he chose to follow her because he wanted to be with her. Lee's friends were aware of the assaults she had to endure. Her friend Kang said Lee's eyes were often completely bruised, and most times she went to the hospital, it was because she had been beaten. Another friend, Lee, said that Kim was extremely controlling, not even allowing her to go to the nearby convenience store, and he was always monitoring her phone. It was also known that Kim assaulted Lee in front of her friends. They had a lot of ups and downs in their relationship, and
are
they
the friends
were
not
actually
doing
broken up
anything
when
to help,
the last
though?
assault happened. From December 20th, 2022, to the assault on April 1st,
I'm so
there
concerned.
were 12 incidents
I'm
of
bothered.
dating violence reported between them, including cases where
I mean, if it was
both
my
got
friend,
physical,
I would
according
do
to
everything
records,
I can
but
to
obviously she was
get rid of that
trying to
guy.
defend herself.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
particular incident
So
between
annoying.
July 2nd and August 1st last year led to Lee Hyo-jung getting a GPS tracking safety smartwatch after Kim assaulted her. Most of these cases were closed because neither of them wanted to press charges. And we will discuss shortly why victims of dating violence often choose not to press charges in such cases. A police official explained that while the police can step in with protective measures like restraining orders in cases of domestic violence or stalking, they're kind of limited in what they can do if the victim in a dating violence situation doesn't want to press charges. They also mentioned that Lee Hyo-jung never reported any stalking, and it was hard to say for sure if the times they met up were against her wishes. Of course, they would say that. According to the police, they made sure Lee Hyo-jung was okay with the protective measures, like the smartwatch, and kept checking in to make sure she truly didn't want to press charges. The police spokesperson said they're going to keep digging into this case to get the charges right, and they're also going to look into the possibility of stalking by checking out the data on their mobile phones. We will just have to see what happens with this case, but honestly, given how lenient things can be around these crimes in Korea, I'm not holding my breath that she'll get the justice she deserves, but I really hope she does. And this is just a tip of the iceberg. Dating violence is still a huge issue all over Korea. For instance, one horrific case from last July springs to mind where a guy locked up his girlfriend, then did some really degrading acts like urinating on her face and shaving her head.
What the
This
fuck?
case is called the hair clipper assault case. There's this woman, let's call her A, we don't know her name, who was basically imprisoned by her ex in his apartment starting July 7th last year. She shared how he first attacked her on the very first day they lived together, and even threatening her to kill her parents and saying that he had a knife in his car. Over those 4 nights and 5 days of imprisonment, she lived in hell with this guy. He shaved her head to stop her from running away, urinated on her face, spit on her, and even made her use a pet pad like a dog instead of the bathroom.
What the fuck?
She talked about how he would choke her until she passed out. Happened like 4 times. She said he would hit me all the time, and the more she tried to get away, the worse it got. She testified that she was raped daily. He even filmed her naked, kneeling down, and threatened to leak the videos, saying he would store them where the police could never find them. On the 5th day, July 11th, she finally got rescued after she managed to text her parents for help while he was asleep. Her parents called the police right away, and they came and got her out of there. She said the whole thing made her feel like it was her fault, to the point where she even thought about killing herself. When the police and paramedics found her, she was shaking inside a dog cage, all bruised up with her hair completely shaved off. She also explained that he was extremely manipulative, always getting her to apologize first for things she hadn't even done. He'd put her down constantly, saying things
Are you
like,
guys a good
"You're
boy?
ugly, and you and I are not even
Are
in
you
the same
here
league."
for the goth mommy's head
And
pat?
he was so obsessive that if she didn't answer right away, he would bombard her
How
with
are you?
like 300 messages on Kakao Talk and call at least 20 times. It's just a really
Casey,
messed up
hello.
situation, but he's denying everything, claiming that any sexual activity was consensual and that he only hit her because she asked him to. Proving dating violence is difficult because it's
How
often
was
seen as
Ragnarok
just a lover's quarrel.
online?
Kim,
I'm
the
gonna
suspect,
join you guys
denied all
soon.
accusations during
Trust
the
and
trial, saying the
believe.
sexual relations were consensual and that the victim stayed at his apartment willingly. The victim's father was devastated, saying it's heartbreaking that they had to argue about the rape's legitimacy because the two were dating. After multiple assaults and having her hair shaved off, how can anyone believe a 21-year-old would consent to sex?
Let's go.
And even though the victim testified
I'm just gonna
that he
be
strangled
a
her
healer.
until she passed out multiple times and even urinated on her face,
It's
he denied it all,
good.
claiming
Arting
there
is
was
good.
no evidence. The burden
I'm
of
done with
proof
this,
often lies with the
this
victim,
one.
particularly when the violence is behind closed doors and evidence is limited. After rescuing his
This is
daughter,
an art
her father took
commission, by
2
the
weeks
way.
off work to gather evidence,
Cause you know,
searching
you
for
girl
CCTV
broke.
footage
I
and
need
more.
commissions
To prove the
for
abuse,
real.
he gave everything to the police, including the victim and perpetrator's phone passwords, telecom documents, gynecological records, medical reports of the injuries, and psychiatric evaluations. The victim's father spoke to the media about the impact all this has had on his daughter. He said she can't
Yes,
even look
Ragnarok.
at herself
I'm
in
gonna
the
play
mirror
it with
without breaking down and
and
crying because
everyone
of her hair.
else in his
She ended up taking down
community.
all the mirrors
Hopefully
in
they
her
don't
room.
bully me that
She's
much.
only
'cause
21
I know they bully.
at an age where she should be enjoying life, and it just breaks his heart to see her
They're
like
gonna bully
this.
me.
He also mentioned
For
that
sure.
even though she's getting psychiatric help, going to sessions twice a week, she has tried to take her own life 3 times in her room. She hears voices that she can't control, gets overwhelmed, starts crying, and then just collapses into sleep.
I'm gonna start
It's
with
just
the
really
second
tough
one.
on her. He basically destroyed
Hello,
the
Vapor
life of a
Lord.
young woman
How are
who
you?
had so much ahead of her. So the prosecution charged the perpetrator with violating special laws against rape and sexual violence, in addition to charges of confinement and making serious threats, totaling 7 charges. They pushed for a 10-year prison sentence earlier this year on January 9th, but on January 31st, the court handed down a 7-year sentence in the first trial. But he recently decided to appeal on the grounds that the sentence was unjust, so the case is still ongoing. The trial process itself is incredibly difficult
Thank you for
for
the
the victim. While still
lurkies.
receiving hospital
Take care of
treatment,
yourself,
she had to attend
Vaplord.
court twice to testify. Each session lasted over 4 hours, and during the trial, the defense attorney repeatedly insinuated that the victim might be to blame, with questions
What?
like, "Isn't it because you were caught with another man?
Gosh.
Didn't you have sex in unseen areas like the rooftop and stairs away from CCTV?
This is so wild.
And
How
wouldn't
can
it
they
be
say all that
impossible
as a lawyer?
to shave your head if you were resisting?" The victim had to take sedatives to manage her testimony, and eventually she passed out during questioning. Her father, witnessing all this, was outraged. He said the questions were irrelevant and cruelly cornered her. This wasn't just secondary victimization, it was complete destruction of a person. I can't believe this kind of insensitive questioning is still happening in Korea today. Since the incident, the victim has been hospitalized in a psychiatric facility to receive treatment. She once dreamed of becoming a soldier, but now struggles with daily life due to trauma-induced hallucinations, visual disturbances, and sleep problems.
Thank you
She
for the read,
is also
Hacky
undergoing
Stir. Make sure you do your
electroconvulsive
after stream
therapy
care. Get
to
food, get
erase
water, and
the
rest up.
memories of the event.
I'll join you guys
She
soon
is terrified
in
of
Ragnarok.
retaliation. She said the perpetrator
Just
knows her
gonna
home
finish a
address
lot of
and her family's
commissions.
routines. The perpetrator used to threaten her that he would hire a good lawyer to get out soon and come after her and her family until the end. Experts say that ongoing dating violence can lead to more severe crimes, such as retaliatory murder. A recent example from May 2023 in Seoul's Kumcheon district demonstrates this. A man in his 30s killed his live-in girlfriend in retaliation just an hour after the police questioned him about a previous domestic violence incident. He waited in the underground parking lot of her apartment for about an hour before committing the murder. The police caught the suspect approximately 5 hours after the initial report while he was fleeing in his vehicle. But unfortunately, by then, the victim had already died. Following this, the police planned to apply for a detention warrant the next day. Well, that could have happened earlier. There are instances where, despite victims wanting punishment, offenders aren't detained, leading to more serious offenses. For example, in 2018, a man in his 30s who had been previously investigated for repeatedly assaulting his live-in girlfriend murdered her a month later. Although the police requested an arrest warrant in March of that year after he assaulted her and tried to set their home on fire, the court denied it, citing the unlikelihood of him fleeing. He committed the murder shortly after being released. The persistence of dating violence is often linked to the legal concept of semi-consensual, non-punishable offense, where punishment cannot be administered without the victim's consent. Most dating violence cases are treated as simple assault, punishable by up to 2 years in prison, or a fine not exceeding 5 million won. But if the victim withdraws their consent for prosecution, no charges are pursued. And since perpetrators often know personal details about the victim's residence, workplace, and family, many victims fear retaliation and choose to settle the matter privately. Unlike domestic violence or stalking, there's no legal framework in Korea that allows the police to take immediate and decisive actions in case of dating violence. For domestic violence, the law enables police to issue an emergency protective order if there's a risk of recurrence. In stalking cases, the law requires the immediate separation of the offender and the victim, with a restraining order available upon the victim's request. But in dating violence situations, victims must explicitly request such immediate protective measures. And many wonder why victims remain in abusive relationships. Typically, perpetrators isolate their victims from friends and family and exert control, often escalating to physical and sexual abuse. If gaslighting is involved, it can further complicate the victim's ability to communicate their situation to others. Experts explain that dating violence often starts with psychological manipulation, like gaslighting, before escalating to physical abuse. This means that perpetrators control their partners both mentally and physically, highlighting the need for careful protection in these cases. The urgency for new laws is clear, given the sharp rise in dating violence reports and arrests. According to the National Police Agency, arrests related to dating violence in 2023 reached 13,939.
Dating violence?
A 41%
well,
increase from 2019.
I've had a fair
Similarly,
share of
the
that.
number of reported cases jumped by over
but
26,000
this guy,
in 4
well,
years,
one of my exes,
totaling 77,150
punched me
in 2023.
So I'm like,
Despite these concerning
you punched the wrong girl, bro.
legislative efforts to protect
I'ma
victims
punch you
of
back.
dating violence are stalling. Records from the National Legislative Information System
Don't
show
worry,
that
Jackie, I
proposals
punch him
for
back.
better protections, including restraining orders, were made twice
Motherfucker
during
really
the
thought.
21st National Assembly. But these proposals have not been discussed in the committee, indicating a significant gap in the legal framework that needs to be addressed to better protect victims. The slow progress in legislation concerning dating violence is partly because of the unclear definition of what constitutes a dating relationship. Experts emphasize the need to clearly define dating violence, including its nature, scope, and types, to legislate effectively. Some experts suggest that laws should focus on restricting the perpetrator's access rather than just protecting the victim. They criticize current measures like giving victims smartwatches as inadequate. They say offenders should wear smartwatches instead. From the police's perspective, it's impractical
Matt,
to always
welcome
be
in.
near protected individuals, and there is inevitably a delay in response when a violent incident occurs. To improve this, offenders should be fitted with electronic monitoring devices to prevent them from approaching victims. Justice is about preventing the perpetrator from reaching the victim, not making the victim avoid them. Dealing with dating violence demands a multifaceted approach that prioritizes prevention, protection, and prosecution. Effective legislation should clearly define dating violence, encompassing all forms of abuse within intimate relationships, and ensure that laws are not only adequate but also adaptable to the complex dynamics of these crimes. Law enforcement agencies need the authority and tools to intervene proactively, not only after an incident has occurred. Ultimately, tackling dating violence is about creating a culture that does not tolerate abuse
wait, what?
and
Hold on.
respects
I
the
need
dignity
space.
and safety of every individual in a relationship. By strengthening legal frameworks, enhancing protective measures, and fostering a supportive community, we can move closer to a society where dating violence is rare and swiftly addressed. I want to hear how dating violence is being addressed in your countries, so please share your experiences in the comment section, and I think it's great to engage in a constructive discussion about this important issue. That's all for today's episode, but I look forward to continuing this conversation and learning from each other. See you in our next episode.
I don't think there's any laws over here
Every year,
that
there are sad stories
covers
about
dating
international
violence.
students who disappear or become victims of crime. while
only
studying in
the
another
Magna
country.
Carta for women, I
In
believe.
2001, London attracted
women and
students
children.
from everywhere for education and new experiences. Among them were Jin Hyo-jung and Song In-hye, two hopeful young women from South Korea. They couldn't have known they'd meet someone they thought they could trust, who actually harbored harmful
Vote for me.
intentions. The case
Let's
we're
go,
talking about
vote for
today
Jackie.
is a tragic one. These two
Oh my
Korean
God.
students lost their lives in a foreign land to a man who exploited their trust.
Okay,
This incident is
looks-
referred to as the Kim Gyu-soo murders, or the killer landlord case. Let's dive right in. This case takes us back to November 2001 in Askham Richard, a little
Medieval
village in
torture.
North
Oh
Yorkshire.
yeah, I watched a video
passerby noticed an
detailing
unusual
what are
metal
the
suitcase
like
by the
equipments that they
roadside.
have going
It
on
was quite
back in
large
the
and
day
had
for
been there for
torture.
some time,
It's horrible.
unclaimed,
They
raising
literally
suspicions
just
about its
tear
contents.
your body
Curiosity
into,
got the
tear it
better
in
of the
half.
passerby, who went
It's
over to check
crazy.
out the suitcase, only to be hit by this weird smell as
They
soon
would
as he got
skin you.
close.
Yeah, they would flay you.
He went ahead and opened it
It's
anyway,
crazy.
and what he saw inside was way beyond what he'd bargained for. It wasn't something like drugs or anything illegal he might have guessed. It was far worse, badly decomposed remains
Oh shit.
of a semi-naked woman.
What did I do?
On November 18th, 2001, the police were called to the scene. However, due to heavy rain and poor lighting, they postponed their investigation to avoid contaminating the crime scene. The next morning, they confirmed the presence of a woman's body in the suitcase. The body was taken to the mortuary for examination. The victim's face was wrapped in duct tape, with only her eyes visible. The tape was blue, with a distinctive design, making it a unique piece of evidence, although tracing it without knowing the victim's identity was challenging. The initial examination suggested that the woman was of Asian or possibly Chinese descent and aged between 20 and 25 based on her bone structure. The estimated time of death was around late October, and the cause of death was identified as suffocation, compounded by blunt trauma to the head. When the identity of the woman in the suitcase remained a mystery despite extensive efforts, a crucial clue came from an unexpected place: the suitcase itself. It had a label indicating it was made in South Korea, which was a significant lead for the investigators. Another breakthrough in the case came when a South Korean police officer who was studying at Leeds University contacted the North Yorkshire Police. He had seen an online report about a missing South Korean woman and realized it might be connected to the North Yorkshire appeal regarding an unidentified woman of Asian descent found in a suitcase. The English authorities immediately got in touch with their counterparts in South Korea. Around the same time, South Korean police were investigating the disappearance of a young woman, Jin Hyo-jung, whose age matched the autopsy findings. Jin Hyo-jung, a 21-year-old student studying French literature in France, had informed her family of a short trip to England. However, after leaving for England on October 24th, with plans to return on the 27th, she vanished without a trace. Her worried family reported her missing after failing to hear from her. The family had been in touch with 31-year-old Kim Gyu-soo, the landlord of the room she rented for a few days on Eagle Street during Jin Hyo-jung's disappearance, but he feigned ignorance, suggesting she was picked up by an unknown man. Sadly, the police confirmed the identity of the woman in the suitcase as Jin Hyo-jung through fingerprint identification. This was devastating news to her family. What was intended to be a brief, relaxing trip turned into a nightmare. Ordinary
Thank you for
lodging
the
arrangement
biddies, Ash.
escalate to such a
Much
horrific outcome.
appreciated.
Investigation work by detectives
Make
led them
sure
to
you
central
rest
London,
properly.
where landlord Kim Gyu-soo rented accommodation to travelers and students. But as authorities delved deeper, they couldn't locate him and learned he might have
Thank you,
fled the
darling.
country, deepening the
Appreciate you.
mystery and suspicion around him. Further complicating matters, the London police were also searching for Kim Gyu-soo in connection with another missing girl, Song In-hye, a University of Surrey student who had disappeared after a trip to East London. Kim, also her landlord, claimed she went on a trip and never returned. These overlapping mysteries painted a troubling picture of Kyusoo, a man whose friendly exterior hid darker truths, now at the center of multiple missing person cases. 2 girls had gone missing, one of whom was found dead, and both had a connection to Kim Gyu-soo. They had stayed at his flat. This connection was too strong to be a coincidence. With Gyu-soo nowhere to be found, the police searched his Eagle Street flat, where Jin Hyo-jung had reportedly stayed last. The discovery of blood stains on the wall and floor later confirmed to be Jin Hyo-jung's, as well as signs of decomposition in a wardrobe, suggesting this was where her body had been kept before being placed in the suitcase. Questioning Kim Gyu-soo's ex-girlfriend revealed she was unaware of his whereabouts and had been living alone. Intriguingly, the police found a roll of tape at her place that matched the one used to suffocate Jin Hyo-jung. She claimed to have bought the tape for personal use, but noticed a significant amount missing. Further investigation revealed suspicious bank withdrawals from Jin Hyo-jung's and Song In-hae's accounts after they were reported missing. Tracking these transactions led the police to a travel agent and a car rental shop. Gyu-soo had rented a car in November, driving over 600 miles, a journey the police believed was for disposing of Jin Hyo-jung's body. Traces of her DNA were found in the car. At the travel agency, they learned Gyu-soo had booked a flight to Toronto. This led to fears that he might evade capture, but the police still lacked solid evidence for extradition. Fortune favored the investigation when they learned Gyu-soo was returning to London. The police didn't apprehend him immediately upon his arrival. Instead, they tracked him and eventually caught him in an internet cafe on January 21st, 2002. With Gyu-soo finally in custody, the police could move forward in piecing together the events leading to the deaths of Jin Hyo-jung and potentially Song In-hae. The arrest marked a significant breakthrough in the case that had rapidly evolved from a missing persons inquiry to a hunt for a suspected murderer. Then who is this guy? Kim Gyu-soo's life is largely a mystery, with scant details about his early years in South Korea. What is known is that he left South Korea in September 2000 after a divorce, heading to London to study English. But by October 2001, for reasons unspecified, he quit his studies and turned to renting out properties in London, including 2 on Eagle Street and a duplex in Poplar, many to Asian travelers and students. To those who knew him as a landlord, Gyu-soo came across as kind, helpful, and always cheerful. He was seen as charming, especially by the girls who rented from him, and nobody thought he could be involved in anything sinister. However, this persona masked a troubled reality. Gyu-soo was a pathological liar, projecting an image of wealth while struggling financially, with debts leading to declined credit cards. He was also a substance abuser, as was his much younger girlfriend. A stark contrast to the image he presented. Given Gyu-soo's background as someone struggling with substantial debt and substance abuse, financial motives for his alleged crimes appear to be a strong possibility. In custody, Kim Gyu-soo remained uncooperative, offering no information about Jin Hyo-jung or Song In-hae. His request for bail was denied by the court, keeping him in custody until his trial, scheduled for the 28th of that month. However, the prosecution faced the challenge of solidifying the connection between Kim and Song In-hae's disappearance. A significant breakthrough came in March 2002, 2 months after Kim's arrest. A worker at Kim's Poplar property, while renovating the bathroom, discovered a large number of flies and a foul odor emanating from beneath the bathroom floor. Alerting the police led to a thorough investigation. Initially, it seemed there was no space for a body under the floorboards, but the police noticed something unusual about the bathroom wall. Upon removing a sealed part of the wall, they found a small hidden space. Tragically, this concealed chamber held the decomposing body of a woman, concealed under a pile of clothing and with tape around her head, similar to Jin Yo-jung. This grim discovery was confirmed to be Song In-hye. Both women were found naked or semi-naked and had been bound by the wrists with parcel tape. The tape was placed around their noses and faces. Post-mortem examinations established that both women had been suffocated. It turned out that he suffocated the students by putting tape over their mouths and noses, making it a slow and awful way to go. Because of this, the crimes also got labeled the sticky tape murders. With such compelling evidence found in his property, the prosecution was now in a position to present a strong case against Kim Gyu-soo. He was charged with the murders of both Song In-hye and Jin Yo-jung in early April 2002. On May 7th, he appeared in court, where, with the aid of an interpreter, he maintained his innocence regarding the murders. Surprisingly, he admitted to manslaughter, claiming the deaths of both victims were unintentional and not premeditated. On March 25th, 2003, the Old Bailey Court handed down a verdict in the chilling case of Kim Gyu-soo. He was found guilty of the murders of Song In-hye and Jin Yo-jung and was sentenced to life imprisonment with a minimum term of 23 years and 10 months. Judge Jeremy Roberts, presiding over the trial, highlighted the particularly brutal nature of Kim's crimes, questioning how he could murder two innocent people who had placed their trust in him in such a cruel and deliberate way. Despite the conviction, the true motive behind the murders remained a mystery. While some theorized financial motives, pointing to Kim withdrawing money from the victims' accounts after their death, others speculated about a more disturbing sexual motive, given the state in which the bodies were found. However, no conclusive evidence of sexual assault was found during the autopsies. The police have entertained the possibility that there could be more victims of Kim Gyu-soo. Detective Superintendent Peter Shipp mentioned that Kim had traveled a lot through Europe, Asia, and Canada, and there was this worry that he might have committed other crimes elsewhere. Given that he has committed two very similar killings here in a very short period of his life, police could not rule out that he has committed other offenses in other countries. But without tangible evidence, this remains speculation. Song In-hye and Jin Yo-jung, young students with promising futures ahead, tragically fell victim to a heinous crime, a betrayal of trust that is deeply unsettling. As Korean students in a foreign land, they must have sought a sense of safety and familiarity with a fellow Korean man who they believed would understand and share their experiences. It's a harsh reminder that sometimes the people we think will protect us the most can end up being the ones we needed protection from. We extend our deepest condolences to those who knew and loved Song In-hye and Jin Yo-jung. May their memories be honored, and may those who mourn them find strength and solace in the community support. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. In murder cases, the presence of a body is crucial evidence. Without it, investigators rely on indirect or circumstantial evidence instead. If a body hasn't been found, there's an uncertainty. Is the victim dead or alive? This makes finding even small remains like a bone fragment extremely important for conclusively proving a murder. An unusual case from February 4th, 2015, in a remote village in Hwasong, Gyeonggi Province demonstrates this. Here, murder charges were filed based on evidence suggesting death, despite no body being found. This case was particularly shocking. The killer used a method not seen before, getting rid of the body completely with a meat cutter, a disturbing and unprecedented approach. Let's dive right in.
Okay, well, I want to be lazy. I don't want to draw the horns again and again, so I'm just gonna copy and paste this shit. Don't want to draw that again and again.
Mrs. Park, a 66-year-old widow who had been on her own since her husband passed away 5 months earlier, lived by herself. On February 5th, 2015, a friend from church who was supposed to accompany her to the hospital found Mrs. Park's home oddly quiet. The dining table had cold hotdog, which is Korean pancakes, and rice that was washed but never cooked. No sign of Mrs. Park anywhere. Known for her punctuality, Mrs. Park had lived in the same neighborhood for over 40 years and never missed her daily 5 a.m. church visit. It was very much unlike her to miss an appointment or a church service without letting anyone know. Worried, her son asked around about her and eventually reported her missing to the police. CCTV footage showed Mrs. Park getting off a bus at 8:20 p.m. on February 4th, likely heading home.
Wait, what?
This suggested her house was the last place she'd been. Mr. Kim, who had rented a part of Mrs. Park's property for 15 years, was questioned about her disappearance. His response was defensive and unhelpful, which was strange. On February 8th, the situation escalated when Mr. Kim actively interfered with the police's efforts to inspect Mrs. Park's house, especially the area he rented. His behavior became even more suspicious the next day when a fire, suspected to be arson, broke out in the part of the house where Mr. Kim lived. The police, who hadn't initially suspected Mr. Kim, were puzzled by his lack of reaction when his home of 15 years was destroyed in the fire, making them more suspicious of him. When asked, he calmly said, "I left the heater on to dry some clothes. That must have caused the fire," showing a surprisingly helpful attitude for the first time since the incident began. The next day, the Hwasong Eastern Police Station in Gyeonggi moved Mrs. Park's case from the Women and Juveniles Investigation Team to the Violent Crime Unit. This was a big shift, turning it from a missing persons case into a murder investigation, with Mr. Kim as the prime suspect. Forensic analysis, including 6 examinations and reenactments, concluded that the fire was deliberately set with inflammable materials. CCTV showed Mr. Kim leaving his house around 2:45 p.m. on the 9th, and the fire broke out just 2 minutes later. On February 12, the police arrested Mr. Kim on arson charges, also trying to link him to Mrs. Park's presumed murder. He strongly denied everything, insisting he had neither killed Mrs. Park nor started the fire, showing incredible confidence during questioning. Without a body or a clear murder weapon, there wasn't an obvious reason for Mr. Kim to just confess. So the focus turned to tracking down Mrs. Park's and Mr. Kim's movements, leading to a major operation with 6 violent crime teams combing through all available local CCTV footage. There were no signs of Mrs. Park using a taxi or a rental car. Black box footage confirmed she got off her regular church bus and headed straight home, the last place
I'm glad
she was
you
seen.
get some rest.
Additionally,
You're getting some
CCTV
rest.
at the alley entrance leading to Mrs. Park's
Are
home
you up to playing
showed
games
Mr. Kim
today? What are you
driving
up
his
to,
white
Cora?
truck there, arriving an hour before she did. The next
Usually,
day, at around
when I
9
used to
a.m.,
work,
Mr.
like,
Kim's
for
truck
corporate,
was seen on CCTV again.
During days off, I'm
This
just,
time he was heading to a
gonna
factory
be a potato.
about 30 minutes away
I'm a potato.
with something that looked like a box
I'm a
in the
potato.
back seat. When he left the factory, the box was no longer there. The youngest detective on the case noticed this box, a detail that was easy to miss in the grainy
Hey,
CCTV
Monster
footage.
Hunters,
They got
go.
hold of more CCTV footage from
Did
the
you
factory
invite
Mr.
them
Kim
to the
visited.
tournament?
At about 9:40 a.m.,
You
Mr.
guys
Kim
better
was
join
seen
me
taking a
on
machine
the
out
Monster
of the
Hunter
box in the
tournament.
trunk and going inside the factory, coming out later with nothing in his hands. This machine, a meat cutter about 60 centimeters tall and weighing 40 kilograms, typically used in butcheries, didn't seem related to Mr. Kim's job as a day laborer. The detectives began to suspect it might be connected to the crime, preparing themselves to unravel a deeply disturbing case. Despite Mr. Kim's denials, evidence linked to Mrs. Park was found in several places. Luminol, a substance used to detect blood, was sprayed in the truck's back seat where the box had been. 2 spots lit up blue, which forensic analysis confirmed as Mrs. Park's DNA. Even more compelling, Mrs. Park's DNA was found in the factory where Mr. Kim had left the meat cutter, both on the spot where the machine was placed, and, shockingly, on a wooden log he claimed to have used to test the cutter. Before the police could catch up with him, Mr. Kim went back to the factory at night and took the meat cutter, leaving its whereabouts unknown. Remaining firm in his denial, Mr. Kim's next steps were quite predictable. On the night on February 10, he retrieved the meat cutter and drove to Seoul around 1:30 a.m. 6 hours later, he was back in Hwasong, but without the meat cutter. Considering his route through Cheonggae IC, the police speculated he may have disposed of the meat cutter somewhere in Uiwang or Suwon, cities located between Hwasong and Seoul. The detectives followed Mr. Kim's trail, walking along the national highway and reviewing CCTV footage. In one such footage from a farm in Uiwang, they spotted a truck, believed to be Mr. Kim's, parked in the dark. During their search, they came across a 165 centimeters long bandsaw, seemingly part of the meat cutter. Astonishingly, even 2 weeks after the incident, Mrs. Park's blood and DNA were clearly found on it. However, the absence of Mrs. Park's body meant this evidence alone couldn't definitively prove Mr. Kim's guilt in her murder. A body was essential to clearly demonstrate that the bandsaw was used in her death. Nevertheless, the trail of evidence was compelling. After leaving the factory,
No wonder
with the
they
meat
keep
cutter,
saying that
Mr. Kim
no
drove
body,
to
no
an
case
embankment
or
road
something like
near
that.
Hwangguji Stream around 12:50 p.m. and then appeared on CCTV.
What about the
about
blood? Can
5
they not
kilometers
use
away
it
at around 3:40 p.m.?
to
He spent
persecute
nearly
someone?
3 hours to travel a distance that should have taken just 6 minutes. Investigator Kim Kyung-yeon surmised that the box in the back seat, which vanished after Mr. Kim left the embankment, likely held Mrs. Park's remains. Despite an extensive search involving thousands of people in the area where Mr. Kim presumably disposed of the body, it was never found. Reviewing more CCTV footage, the police couldn't find any scenes of Mr. Kim disposing of the main part of the meat cutter. This led detectives to consider that after getting rid of the bandsaw, the cutter was just a piece of scrap. Focusing on this angle, they searched scrap yards in Suwon City where they thought Mr. Kim might have dumped it. At one scrap yard, just as the owner was about to dismantle a familiar white machine, the detectives intervened. The owner explained it was left at the door, so after waiting about 10 days, I was going to dispose of it. One detective remarked later that it was miraculous how the machine remained at the scrapyard for 13 days and was found by police just as it was being dismantled.
Yeah, she really
The
wants
forensic
to be
analysis
found.
of the found meat cutter was
Oh
shockingly
my God.
revealing. It didn't just have bloodstains,
Please let
which you'd
justice
expect
be
in a
served.
dismemberment case, but also muscle, bone, fat, skin, hair, and nervous tissue, all matching Mrs. Park's DNA. In total, about 90 pieces of biological evidence were found. With no other way to explain how Mrs. Park was dismembered using a meat cutter, the police charged Mr. Kim with murder and hiding a body on June 8th after a detailed 3-month investigation. This was while he was already facing arson charges. Throughout the questioning, Mr. Kim stayed silent, never explaining why he might have killed Mrs. Park. The police pieced together a possible motive from the clues. Mr. Kim, found to have gerontophilia-related materials, had shown interest in Mrs. Park, becoming more expressive after her husband died. Initially, Mrs. Park was amicable towards him, but her attitude changed to caution and distance. Their frequent phone calls, as many as 29 in a single month, stopped abruptly after January 17th, 2015. When Mrs. Park received a sizable land compensation in late January, Mr. Kim asked her for a loan. After she refused and told him to leave the property, investigators believe he decided to murder her. They found that just before the crime, Mr. Kim had downloaded anatomy diagrams and watched documentaries about dissection. He also searched for terms like meat mincing and feeding crows. Significantly, he bought the meat cutter used in the crime online just 4 days before the murder, suggesting it was premeditated. Mr. Kim maintained throughout the trial that the cutter was for woodworking and claimed all the evidence was merely circumstantial. Kwon Hee-ryong, a profiler, labeled Mr. Kim as one of the most challenging suspects he'd encountered, noting that Mr. Kim remained silent for over 20 minutes during interrogation, much longer than most psychopaths who usually start talking within 15 minutes. Detective Kim Kyung-yeon noted that throughout the investigation, Mr. Kim was unfazed, eerily saying, "When the time comes, I'll tell you first." This hinted that there might be more to his story than he was letting on. Amid his consistent denials and lack of remorse, given the shocking nature of Mr. Kim's crime, the Suwon District Court's 15th Criminal Division, led by presiding Judge Yang Chul-han, sentenced him to life in prison in February 2016. The sentence emphasized the need for his permanent removal from society. The court took the indirect evidence seriously, despite the absence of Mrs. Park's body. It was significant that Mr. Kim was in the annex near the main house around the time Mrs. Park presumably died. Bloodstains found in the annex and the truck, especially where the fire had erupted shortly before the forensic examination, were crucial pieces of evidence. Moreover, the discovery of Mrs. Park's blood, fat, and skin on the meat cutter, bought just 4 days before the murder and later found discarded, was seen as definitive proof of the murder. Mr. Kim challenged the verdicts in both the first and second trials, but on December 29th, the Supreme Court confirmed his life sentence. He is now serving that sentence. This case
As
could have
he
remained
should.
unsolved, but was diligently pursued
else would
by
he go?
detectives as if they were looking for their own missing family member. They uncovered a horrific crime where the body was not just dismembered, but ground up. In the pursuit of justice, this case reminds us that the truth often finds a way to surface, even in the most challenging circumstances. The law and investigative persistence have ways to bring even the most hidden truths to light. At this moment, our thoughts and deepest condolences go out to Mrs. Park and her loved ones. She met an undeserved and tragic fate, and it is our sincere hope that she rests in peace and that her family finds some solace in the closure brought by the pursuit of justice. That is all for today. Thanks for watching. Today's case is from Korea. In Busan's bustling Seomin district, something terrible happened at a motel named Buckingham Motel. It was early October 2010 when the motel's owner, Ms. Lee, was found dead in a supply room. She had more than 70 wounds, a brutal sign of a violent attack. The police checked the motel CCTV, but hit a dead end. There was this one man who showed up right around when the murder happened. He was in and out quick, and no one knows who he is. The whole incident is a giant mystery. So this is the story of what went down at the Buckingham Motel, a regular motel where something horrible happened one night, turning an ordinary place into the center of a big unsolved crime. Let's delve into the Busan Buckingham Motel murder case. On a regular Friday morning, October 1st, 2010, in Seomyeon, Busan, Mr. Kim, who was then 46 years old, was on his way to work at the Buckingham Motel, tucked away in the back streets of this bustling area. Arriving around 10:45 a.m., he sensed something was off. The main door opened as usual, but Ms. Lee, the motel owner who usually manned the front desk, was nowhere to be seen. Mr. Kim thought she might be in the restroom, or she was just quickly checking the rooms, so he began his routine tasks, thinking she might show up anytime soon. First up was preparing guest supplies. He headed to room 101 next to the counter, used as a storage for items like sheets, toilet paper, and towels. This room was frequently accessed by staff, but today, unexpectedly, the door was locked. Unusual for this normally open storage space. With no key to open it, Kim was left puzzled and decided to wait for Lee to show up with the key. But even after a pretty long wait, she didn't return. As time passed, Lee's absence became more worrying. The motel's daily operations relied heavily on the supplies in room 101, and the delay was causing disruptions. He had no choice but to call the locksmith. When the door was finally opened, Kim faced a chilling scene. In the room lay a blanket soaked in a deep, disturbing red. Blood. Heart pounding, he cautiously uncovered the blanket, revealing a woman's body. Lee, 46, the owner of the Buckingham Motel, was dead beneath it. The police were summoned immediately. The crime scene was gruesome. Lee had endured a savage attack, evident from the shocking 74 wounds on her body. The injuries caused by a sharp weapon indicated a violent, excessive assault, uncommon in criminal cases. It was a rage-driven or deeply hateful attack, far more brutal than necessary for a killing. Further examination showed defensive wounds on Lee's hands, although they were not extensive. This suggested that while she might have tried to defend herself, the intensity of the attack was too much for her to fend off.
Made a mistake.
The attack
Not
on Lee
really a
was
mistake. I
particularly
forgot the
vicious,
detail.
with most of the wounds targeting her neck and chest. About 45 of these wounds were so deep that they reached the bone, showing the severity and deliberate force behind each strike. The police noted that the nature of the attack was almost like torture, indicating a very calculated and intense intention from the assailant. The investigation considered two main possibilities regarding the identity of the attacker. One was that the killer could be someone with a deep personal vendetta against Lee, implying that this person knew her well and had a strong grudge. The other possibility was that the crime was committed by someone with severe mental disturbances, as suggested by the excessive nature of the attack. Lee was known as a modest and hardworking individual. She was the youngest of 3 siblings, with 2 older brothers. She lost her mom when she was just 3 and was raised by her dad, who was a teacher in Seoul. She was a graduate of a prestigious women's university in Seoul and had lived her whole life in the capital city, unmarried. After her dad retired in 2003, they moved to Busan, her mom's hometown, and started running a motel. She helped her father's motel business. She managed the front desk, usually taking the night shift from 8 p.m. to 10 a.m. But her role became more critical about a month before the tragedy, when her father passed away unexpectedly, leaving her to run the motel alone. But Lee didn't intend to keep the motel for long. Lee was studying English while managing the place, planning to become an English language school teacher someday. Lee used to be really close to her dad, but didn't have many friends and wasn't very social. Apart from people she knew from church, she didn't have close friends. She didn't keep in touch with her school or college friends, and the local shopkeepers didn't even know what she looked like because she mostly stayed inside the motel. Her brother said she never dated anyone and probably wasn't the type to be in a relationship. But Lee was a devout Catholic and active in her religious community. Her only friends were from church, and even the motel staff were connections she made through church. She used to share her personal worries with her church friends. Even the motel's counter had crosses and religious icons. So Lee's life was pretty much just home, motel, and church. Her friends all said she was too kind and unlikely to have enemies who'd hold a grudge against her. The lack of clear personal conflicts in Lee's life led investigators to consider robbery as a possible motive, given that motels often handle cash transactions. But this theory was weakened when 300,000 won was found untouched at the counter, suggesting that theft may not have been the main goal. Lee was known to be quite cautious, always keeping the counter door securely locked. She even communicated with long-term guests only through a small window rather than opening the door. There were no signs of forced entry, suggesting that Lee must have opened the door herself for the perpetrator. This implies that the perpetrator was someone Lee trusted and was close enough to be allowed into her personal space. It's likely that Lee was caught off guard, possibly by someone she recognized and thus did not see as an immediate threat. This heightened the suspicion that the perpetrator could be someone familiar to her, maybe an
What if
acquaintance
it's the staff
or someone she
from
trusted.
the hotel?
Also, there was a CCTV camera in front of the counter, but it was only for monitoring, not recording, so there is no footage left. The fact that there was a camera right there in plain sight, and yet the criminal still went ahead with the crime, suggests that the person knew the Buckingham Motel well enough to be aware that the CCTV didn't record. This means the perpetrator was likely someone who was really familiar with the inside workings of the motel. But there was another CCTV camera outside the first-floor restaurant, overlooking the motel's entrance. This camera was key to reviewing who entered and exited the motel around the time of the murder. The analysis of the CCTV footage revealed a particular pattern. The same individuals appeared multiple times, indicating they were regular visitors. The number of these regulars was significant, not just a few individuals. This pattern was connected to the motel's business model and location. The motel, known for accommodating long-term guests, was near an entertainment district, and employees from nearby night establishments often rented rooms for extended periods, treating them more like personal apartments than typical motel rooms. This was different from standard motel operations, where guests usually stay briefly. Consequently, there was a steady stream of these long-term guests, clearly captured by the CCTV. The footage showed around 280 people, including the motel's long-term guests, employees from nearby businesses, and other visitors. This significantly broadened the pool of potential suspects, as any of these frequent visitors might have had the opportunity to commit the crime, complicating the task of narrowing down the suspects. The police also did blood trace tests in other rooms in the Buckingham Motel. They were thinking maybe one of the guests could be the culprit. If the killer got blood on them and then went back to their room, they might have left some blood there, so they checked every single room. But apart from room 101 where the crime happened, they didn't find any blood matching the victim's DNA. Now, at the motel's front desk where Lee, the owner, stayed, they found this unfamiliar fingerprint. It belonged to the guests in room 201 and 307. The police looked into these people right away, but they didn't find anything suspicious. The police also found that 3 days before the crime, a foreign guest ran off without paying, so they started tracking this person down and managed to find him. But after a long investigation, they concluded he wasn't involved. And one by one, all the other guests who were at the motel on the day of the crime were cleared too, thanks to their alibis. But here's something strange. On the night of the crime, right next to room 101 where Lee's body was found, a man and a woman were staying. This motel isn't known for great soundproofing, so maybe they heard something crucial when the crime was happening, right? But surprisingly, both of them said they didn't hear a thing. It's strange because even though there weren't many signs of a struggle, Lee did have some defensive wounds, so she must have screamed when she was attacked. The police found another
true.
key piece of evidence in room 101. A towel with Lee's blood on it also had DNA from someone else. It looks like the killer might have tried to wash off the blood and left traces on the towel. The police quickly did a DNA match, and they found a match, Ko, who runs a general store near the motel. He also did some handyman work at the motel, fixing things when needed. The important detail here is that he had visited the motel a few days before the crime, making him a prime suspect. But Ko claimed he was innocent. He said he was at the motel a few days earlier for a legitimate reason, to do some plumbing work in the first floor restaurant. He got dirty while working and took a shower in room 101, which the staff used as a break room. He used the towel then, and he thinks that's how his DNA ended up on it. The police gave him a lie detector test, and it showed he was telling the truth. Plus, he had a solid alibi for the day of the crime, so he was cleared. This case was tough. No witnesses, little evidence, no clear motive, and none of the long-term guests in other rooms seemed suspicious. Desperate for any clues, the police then reviewed the CCTV footage again. Lee was last seen alive just after midnight on the day of the crime, handing towels to a guest through the motel reception window. She was found dead at 10 a.m., so the person who entered the motel in that 9 to 10-hour window is probably the killer. They narrowed it down to 55 people, checked 54 of them, and all were clear on identity and alibis. But out of the many guests coming in and out of the motel, the police couldn't identify one person seen on CCTV entering the motel at 2:45 a.m. and leaving at 3:16 a.m., around the time of Lee's death. He didn't seem to stay at the motel and was only captured twice on CCTV. Experts from Investigative Show analyzed the footage and described the man as wearing a blue short-sleeve top with white sleeves and a dark long-sleeve shirt underneath, about 171 centimeters tall and of average build. His stride suggested he was in his 20s or 30s. He kept his left hand in his pocket and discreetly avoided cleaning staff on the street. Later CCTV footage showed him examining both hands, suggesting he might have been checking for injuries. This led to speculation that he could be left-handed, especially if he injured his left hand while committing the crime. It's a reasonable assumption. Unfortunately, the police couldn't identify him. They traced him as far as they could, and it seems he took a taxi and disappeared after reaching the main road. But despite being a strong suspect, no one recognized him, and poor video quality hindered further identification. Over 2,000 flyers were distributed, and witnesses were sought among local shopkeepers, pedestrians, and taxi drivers, but no one knew anything. Even the police went through all the CCTV footage in the area, but it led nowhere. Even if they somehow found out who he was, there was still a lot to figure out. The only evidence the police had was the CCTV footage showing him leaving the motel around the time of the murder. There were no footprints or DNA found at the scene. The Buckingham Motel has since been taken over by someone else, renamed, and is still operating. Some experts have raised fundamental doubts about whether the man on the CCTV footage is actually the perpetrator. The police have conducted extensive investigations and already excluded about 200 people from suspicion. It's been a lot of effort, but there is still a possibility that the perpetrator was among them. Because, as I said earlier, most of the long-term guests at the Buckingham Motel at the time were people working in the entertainment industry, so many of them knew each other. So, because of that, there were cases where people actually ended up proving each other's alibis. Of course, we don't know all the details of the investigation at the time, but we have to consider the possibility that the suspect cleverly escaped the police net. Also, in the SBS broadcast at the time, a new possibility was raised that hadn't been known before. It was reported that Lee, the victim, was in a relationship with a man. Motel employees also mentioned that around the time of the incident, Lee frequently went out and then came back to the motel. Another new piece of information that came to light was that despite Lee being a devout Catholic, there were people around her who could be seen as part of a questionable, possibly cult-like religion. These individuals had visited the Buckingham Motel at the time. There were witness statements saying that Lee had a minor argument with them. In fact, when checking the call history at the time of the incident, most of the people Lee spoke with were related to the religious activities. Whether these individuals were really from a church or, as suspected, from a cult-like group wasn't clearly established. Unfortunately, there's a sense that the police back then didn't scrutinize religious people much, perhaps underestimating their potential involvement. At that time, the main focus of the investigation was on the general store owner and the mysterious man from the CCTV footage, so there's a concern that a crucial suspect might have been overlooked due to these biases. What kind of grudge or anger could have led someone to brutally attack the victim 74 times? Just looking at the nature of the attack, it seems like an overkill fueled by rage, but at the same time, the perpetrator left without a trace, which could point to a meticulously planned crime. However, all of this is just speculation. Currently, the motive of this perpetrator is still unclear, which is really unfortunate. It's been over a decade since the incident, and it remains an unsolved, long-standing case in Busan. Who do you think is the killer? The mystery man in the CCTV footage? Her secret boyfriend? Or someone she met at church? I'll leave you with that. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. Today we'll delve into the mysterious death of Jamie Penich, an exchange student in South Korea, dating back to early 2001. As time has passed, this case has gradually faded from the spotlight, leaving many questions unanswered. Jamie's experience as an exchange student in South Korea was meant to be an enriching journey. At Keimyung University in Daegu, not far from Seoul, Jamie joined students from across the globe, all there to embrace a new educational and cultural experience. But Jamie's story took an unexpected and tragic turn, transforming her adventure into a chilling mystery that remains unsolved to this day. So let's get started with today's case, the mysterious death of Jamie Penich.
Calling all cult members.
Hello,
We are
Lee.
the Raiders. Please prepare to welcome the Raiders.
Hi, hi. How are you, dear? How was your stream? Hope you had fun. Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, you have Varka? Bro, I don't even have pulls. I just got back to Genshin Impact and I need to like finish everything. There's a lot. I've been behind for like, I don't know, a year's worth of content from Genshin Impact. That's like what? I don't know how many hours I should like dedicate for me to cover a year's worth of content, but yeah. Really? Damn. Let's go. I need to grind Genshin soon when I'm not busy. You finished today? Oh, Aw, dang. How's Varka so far? Did you get Varka like early? How is it? I don't have pulse yet. I'm so broke. I'm so broke. I need to like save primo gems. I need more primos. Varka's been hot. Let's go. You know, I have no complaints about Varka. The only thing that I do not agree with is how Varka is stealing D-Look's weapon. Because I've seen people saying that D-Look's weapon, the wolf stone something, wolf gravestone, whatever, is now Varka's weapon. I was like, bro, you can't do this to my main. You can't do this to my main. My main's D-Look. He my husbando, first and foremost. You got in hard pity trying to pull for the previous banner. Yeah, I was also trying to pull for the bye 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 bye. Don't wanna be a fool for you. Just another player in your game for two. I was trying to pull for the bye. So yeah. Yeah. Explaining the current story weapon is from crazy enough. Yo, what? I haven't done this story. Are you seriously saying that it's not Deluxe weapon? How could you do this to me, Lee? How dare you? I really should get back to Genshin and find out what's happening over there. Been a while. Anyway, make sure you do your after stream care. Get your food, water, and you make sure that you rest up. If you need to raid and run, feel free to do so. If you got a lurk, thank you for the lurk, and I hope you enjoy your time. We will be listening to some true crime while I struggle with my art commissions here. It is Deluxe weapon, but we got history about that weapon. Ah, okay. Very interesting. I am looking forward to find out what the tea is all about. Excited for that one. Excited. Let's see. Anyway, yeah. I hope you like true crime documentary and you know, if you have time, you can hang out with us and listen to some true crime just like Jackie's been doing. Jackie's been losing her mind with all the true crime that we're listening here. She is contemplating to run for office just so she can like pass laws like bringing back the medieval torture for criminals. Oh gosh. All right, make sure you rest up, darling. Thank you so much. Hi, Siren. Thank you for dropping by. Appreciate you, darling. I hope you're well. Bum, 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 bum. There you go. Dun, dun, dun. All right, let's listen to some more true crime today. This is a new case. It says the title is U.S. student found lifeless in Itaewon Motel. It's a place in Korea. Jamie's case is still unsolved.
I was joking earlier. I was like my ADHD.
All right, let's listen to it.
Oh my god. Otto, is that you?
Jamie, who lived in a small town in Pennsylvania, had been interested in other countries and cultures from a young age. Despite a busy schedule, double majoring in anthropology and religious studies at college, and working part-time, she managed to save enough for a trip to South Korea. In March 2001, she started attending spring semester lectures at Keimyung University in Daegu. At Keimyung University, there were 19 foreign exchange students who became very close, sharing the same dormitory and classes. Back in the spring of 2001, on March 17th, it was time for holidays and celebrations with St. Patrick's Day approaching. It was the perfect excuse for a fun weekend. So 19-year-old Kenzie Norris Elizabeth Snyder, 20-year-old Jamie Lynn Penich, and 5 other students, a Finnish couple and 2 Dutch students and a Russian student, decided to head to Seoul. Just like any other tourist would do, they visited Namsan, Namdaemun Market, Itaewon, and the Folk Village. On Saturday evening, to celebrate St. Patrick's Day, Kenzie suggested they go to a bar in Itaewon, Seoul. It's important to know a bit about Itaewon to understand the case better. Itaewon is famous for its diverse food scene and nightlife, attracting lots of visitors. Also in the early 2000s, there was a US military base nearby Yongsan, and the military personnel often visited Itaewon for entertainment. But back in the days, there was a bit of a cultural clash. Sometimes locals, both young and old, viewed foreigners with a bit of suspicion, as if they were very different or even disruptive. So this neighborhood was deemed dangerous to many locals. This sentiment was quite strong back then. Because so many foreigners hung out in Itaewon, some in the Korean community started to see it as a less desirable part of Seoul. In Itaewon at that time, it wasn't unusual to see street fights or drunk people passed out on the streets. It was pretty common. But anyways, the group was really enjoying themselves, hopping from bar to bar and having a great time. It was all about having fun, drinking, flirting, and laughing with strangers they met in bars. They even ended up mingling with some military guys, fitting right in
And
with
thank you for
the
the
lively
bloodthirsty
atmosphere.
Lee. Rest
There
up,
were
darling.
chats and a few
Good night,
kisses here and there.
Yasumi.
Kenzie remembered Jamie kissing one of the soldiers they
Let
met.
me give a shouty to
Jamie
Liz.
and
There
Kenzie
you go.
were out a little longer than the other friends who decided to leave because they were too tired. Eventually, as it got really late, somewhere between 1 and 4 a.m., they decided it was time to head back. The girls were tired, but it seemed the military guys weren't ready to call it a night. One guy persistently asked her to stay overnight with him, and Jamie was also invited to stay out longer, but they were all too tired and turned down these offers. They looked for a cheap motel to crash for the night and chose COMMS Motel. The motel was nothing fancy, small rooms, thin walls, and an old building, but it was what they could afford at the time. Now, let's delve into the events that unfolded leading up to this tragic incident. Kenzie's account provides key details. According to Kenzie, who was with Jamie until the last moments, they returned to their lodging around 3:15 a.m. She remembered going to room 103 to check on Jamie. Jamie was sharing that room with a Dutch girl, Anna. When Kenzie arrived, Anna was already asleep. Jamie mentioned to Kenzie that she wanted to take a quick shower before bed and asked to keep things quiet so as not to wake Anna. After making sure Jamie was okay, Kenzie returned to her own room, number 102. But something didn't feel right to her. Just before settling down to sleep, she felt compelled to check on Jamie again. She quietly opened the door of room 103, which was unlocked. Inside, she could hear the shower running. Assuming Jamie was in the shower, Kenzie left and went back to her room to sleep. The next morning, Anna woke up around 8 a.m., groggy from all the drinking the night before. It was unclear whether their plan was to return to Daegu that day or stay longer in Seoul, but those plans were suddenly irrelevant. Anna woke up to a shocking sight. She found a woman lying on the floor, her face covered with a jacket. Upon removing the jacket, she discovered the woman was brutally beaten and covered in blood. In a state of panic, Anna screamed and ran to her friends' rooms. When the police arrived, the remaining 6 students couldn't initially identify the severely disfigured face as Jamie's. But they told the police that if there was a tattoo reading United States on the back of the body, it would confirm the victim was Jamie. Sure enough, that tattoo was found on the body. The crime scene was incredibly gruesome. According to the autopsy report, The victim, identified as Jamie, had suffered severe blunt force trauma to her face and torso. Her jaw was broken and her chest was compressed. A footprint was found on her left shoulder, and her face had been so severely beaten or stomped on that she was almost unrecognizable. This raised a perplexing question. The brutality of the attack suggested significant force and noise, yet it seemed no one heard anything. Witnesses claimed that they hadn't heard any loud, repetitive thumping sounds that night. Jamie's family, especially her mother, Patricia Penich, was desperate for answers. They couldn't believe that such a violent incident hadn't awakened Anna or alerted the others. Some of the girls even mentioned hearing a struggle that night, but no one checked. Anna, who shared the room with the victim, claimed she didn't know anything until she woke up in the morning. When asked how she could have slept through such an incident, she explained that she's a heavy sleeper, and on that particular night, she had drunk a lot, which made her sleep even deeper. The front desk lady, the motel manager's wife, reported not hearing any signs of a struggle that night, neither the sound of an attack nor a woman's scream. But interestingly, she did recall seeing a white man leaving the motel with blood on his pants. But she didn't think much of it, assuming it might have been from an injury or a fight earlier in the evening. Her testimony led to the creation of a composite sketch. Additionally, another guest reported seeing an American man walking back and forth near the door of room 103 around 3:30 a.m. Kenzie Snyder cooperated fully with the police investigation. One critical piece of evidence was a size 9 Walker boot print found on the body and at the scene. Walker boots, common among military personnel, led the investigation towards the soldiers they met the previous night. Among the students, the Finnish girl who stayed in the room right next to the crime scene couldn't sleep until 4 a.m. She reported hearing an angry American man's voice saying, "But you are here now," followed by moaning sounds, someone saying, "Let's go," and then the sound of at least 2 people's footsteps and a woman's moans. She woke up her boyfriend, but he dismissed the noises as coming from another room and told her to go back to sleep, and she was too scared to go outside alone. Based on the witness testimonies, the police suspected American military involvement and requested the cooperation of the U.S. Army Criminal Investigation Command, CID, for a joint investigation. Kenzie's account as the last person with Jamie led to the investigation of several U.S. soldiers they had met at the bar: Josh, Nixon, Vince, Michael, and Kay. But all of them had alibis. Kenzie testified that Jamie had given Josh their motel's phone number, and that they had encountered Vince and his friends on the street while returning to their lodging, even waving at them. Among these 5 soldiers, 4 were wearing boots. With the witness statements, the police and CID initially suspected 2 American soldiers, but the ongoing investigation eventually cleared the 5 suspects of any wrongdoing. There were significant issues with how the investigation was conducted. Before forensic teams could examine the scene, the motel staff had already cleaned up the room. This premature cleaning potentially destroyed crucial evidence. The Korean police who responded to the crime scene failed to preserve evidence properly, resulting in the loss of numerous pieces of evidence. In a striking oversight, the detectives didn't bring a camera and had to borrow one to photograph the scene. Moreover, despite finding bloody footprints that could belong to the perpetrator, they did not send the students' shoes for analysis at the National Forensic Service. Additionally,
But why?
although there were no signs of sexual assault on the victim, semen was found on her clothes. However, the semen testing methods used by Korea's National Forensic Service were outdated. CID agent Mark Mansfield took over the investigation of this gruesome case. While examining photos and evidence, he found a name tag belonging to Michael Greco in Jamie's wallet. Michael was also an exchange student at Keimyung University who had planned to join their weekend trip but didn't go. Could he be the perpetrator seen by the witnesses? Investigators traveled to Daegu with the motel manager's wife, who had witnessed a man in blood-stained pants that night. Although the 6th exchange student had suspended their classes and left Korea after the incident, Michael remained at school. And the witness was 99% sure that Michael was the man she had seen in bloody trousers that night. And also, Michael Greco failed a police polygraph test, deepening the suspicion against him. But his roommate and the roommate's parents provided an alibi for him, clearing him of suspicion. During a meticulous re-examination of the case, Mark began to suspect 19-year-old Kenzie. He found many inconsistencies in her testimony. According to Kenzie, when she left the room, Jamie was in her bra and panties next to the bathtub, having taken off her shirt and trousers. But the crime scene photos show Jamie's clothes next to the bathtub, with her panties inside her jeans and bra under the jeans. This suggested she removed her shirt first, then her bra, and finally her panties and jeans together, contradicting Kenzie's statement. Additionally, Kenzie's claim of seeing Vince and his friends from the bar on their way back to the motel was denied by Vince and his friends. The bar owner also stated that the girls left the bar at 2:30 a.m., not 3:15 a.m. as Kenzie claimed. What was Kenzie doing in that missing 45 minutes? Also, police reports indicated that the bathtub and floor were dry when they arrived, suggesting that no one had taken a shower. This strengthened his suspicion that Kenzie was lying. Was Kenzie the killer? Meanwhile, after the incident, Kenzie suspended her classes in Korea and returned to the US. She visited relatives and her brother, and then spent 6 weeks visiting Anna in the Netherlands. Remember, Anna was Jamie's roommate and the one who found her body. Investigator Mark considered the possibility that the visit could have been for intimidation or collusion. Kenzie was questioned in her hometown by the CID and FBI regarding this case. The investigators pointed out inconsistencies in Kenzie's testimony and told her that they suspected her as the perpetrator. After a long silence, Kenzie left the room, saying she wanted to hire a lawyer. However, she soon returned and began to confess. Kenzie recounted that after staying out late at a bar in Itaewon, they returned to their lodging around 3 a.m. and headed to room 103. After ensuring that their roommate Anna was asleep, they went to the bathroom. And after a few minutes of intimacy, Jamie tried to take off Kenzie's pants. This action triggered a traumatic memory for Kenzie, reminiscent of a disturbing incident from her childhood involving her father. In a fit of rage, Kenzie struck Jamie, who fell backwards. Kenzie then dragged Jamie out of the bathroom and, fueled by anger and perceiving that Jamie was still glaring at her, brutally stomped on her face and neck with her boots. Shocked by her actions, Kenzie covered Jamie's bloodied face with a jacket and returned to her room to sleep. She had 2 conflicting memories, one where she killed Jamie that night and another where she did not and simply went back to her room. Initially unsure which was true, she now confessed that the memory of killing Jamie was in fact the real one. Jamie's family was shocked to hear this. They denied this story strongly, saying it was totally absurd. Jamie couldn't have engaged in any sexual relationship with Kenzie, since Jamie herself had been engaged prior to her arrival in South Korea. She wore the ring there and got buried with the ring as well. After obtaining her confession, the investigators returned to Korea, and 22 days later, in February 2002, the arrest warrant was issued. Kenzie became the first American to be extradited to South Korea to face trial for a crime. But the confession was soon retracted by Kenzie herself. She blamed the constant accusations and pressure from the police for making her confess something she didn't do. But still, Kenzie faced charges of unintentional murder, and if proven guilty, she would spend 15 years of her life behind bars. The trial started after she was brought back to Korea in December 2002 to undergo further investigations. Kenzie had fought for her innocence in court since she came back. She made comments about how her confession was pulled out of her falsely under pressure. Aside from taking Kenzie's words, the Seoul District Court also took a look into the evidence, which also hardly pointed at Kenzie. Despite Kenzie's confession, several pieces of evidence pointed towards the possibility of another perpetrator. Who was the white man the motel manager's wife had seen in blood-stained pants? Was it really Michael Greco? Who was the white man a guest had seen lingering near room 103? And to make matters more complicated, blood of type B male was also found on the doorknob. And again, traces of semen were found on Jamie's body, and a Finnish student in the next room had heard an angry man's voice. Moreover, the interpretation of the photos of the victim's clothes could differ. Contrary to Kenzie's initial statement, Jamie might have redressed quickly upon hearing a knock at the door, and then undressed again, as seen in the photos. The absence of shower traces in the bathtub could be explained by the perpetrator wiping off fingerprints and blood with a rag found near the body. Furthermore, no blood was found on Kenzie's clothes, which were the same ones she wore the night of the crime. There was also no evidence to suggest that either Jamie or Kenzie were lesbians. Kenzie's defense brought in Richard Offshay, an expert on false confessions, as a witness. He pointed out that the interrogation techniques used by the investigators could have led Kenzie to doubt her own memory and make a false confession. On June 19, 2003, the judge rejected her confession and stated that there was no other evidence to conclusively identify her as the perpetrator. Consequently, Kenzie was acquitted and found not guilty. In November 2003, the Seoul High Court reviewed her case, and again, the judge declared that her confession was inadmissible. He pointed out that the evidence found at the crime scene indicated that the perpetrator was not her, but another male. Since the matter, Kenzie's side has tried to sue the FBI, and she has also been appearing on talk shows to tell her side of the story. The mystery surrounding Jamie's death continues to be unresolved. Suspicion initially centered on Kenzie, yet the complexity of the case lies in its many unresolved aspects. Attention has also turned to Anna, Jamie's roommate, with some speculating that she may hold undisclosed information. Amid all these uncertainties, there is prevailing hope for a resolution to Jamie's case, seeking to bring both closure and justice for her tragic death. That's all for today, and thanks for watching. If you're kidnapped, what's your first move? Your first move is often to hide and call the police, hoping they'll track you down and save you as quickly as possible. This was the case for a brave young Korean woman who risked everything to make that call. Sadly, her story didn't have a happy ending. The Woo Hyun-chun case is a highly controversial case in Korea. This case brings to light a serious problem: the need for quick police action in emergencies. The police were slow to locate her, and this wasn't just a minor delay. It was a critical failure that led to a tragic result. This case emphasizes the vital need for law enforcement to respond quickly and effectively to emergency calls, underscoring the importance of improving response protocols to prevent such tragedies in the future. So today, let's talk about the Woo Hyun-chun case, also known as the Suwon murder case. Are you tired of endless spam calls, just like I am? I've reached a point where I
Yeah,
don't pick up calls
I'm
from numbers
tired.
I don't recognize. The try and this case was pretty controversial back in 2012, all for bad reasons. The murder itself was gruesome, but how the police handled the case caused a really high sense of frustration for the people. So let's all go back to the day this bizarre murder happened. On the evening of April 1st, 2012, at 10:50 p.m., the Gyeonggi Provincial Police Agency's 112 Center received a distressing call from a young woman in her 20s, identified as Kwak.
경찰입니다. 말씀하세요.
네, 여기 목걸놀이터 전에 집인데요. 저 지금 성폭행 당하고 있거든요.
목골놀이터요?
네, 목걸놀이터 전에 집인데 어느 집인지 모르겠어요.
지동이요?
네, 정초등학교 좀 지나서 목걸놀이터 가는 길쯤으로요.
선생님 핸드폰으로 위치 조회 한 번만 해볼게요.
네,
저기요, 지금 성폭행 당하신다고요?
네.
자세한 위치 모르겠어요?
She reported being assaulted by an unknown man. The call was dire. Kwak, her voice quivering with fear, alerted the police of her kidnapping and sexual assault by this unknown assailant. She explained frantically but couldn't pinpoint the exact location. And despite her distress and the urgent situation, the police fixated on clarifying the exact spot. She mentioned being near Chidong Primary School, yet the police's response was ridiculously slow. Instead of tracking her location through her mobile phone, the police repeatedly questioned her about the ongoing assault, why she couldn't give an exact location, and kept circling back to the same points: Motgol Playground, Chidong Primary School. They even inquired about the identity of her assailant, to which she responded she didn't know, and she pleaded for swift action because the man could return any minute. When she informed them that she had locked the door, they asked if she had locked it herself. A question that seemed irrelevant in this urgent situation.
Yeah.
She affirmed she had locked it when
What the
man
fuck?
voluntarily
So
left.
ridiculous.
And bizarrely, the police instructed her to inform them if he returned. The situation escalated.
What do you mean inform
terrifying
them when
the sounds of the
returned?
door being forced
Are
open
you stupid?
and Kwak pleading with this man were
Oh
audible
my
over the
god,
phone.
I'm getting so
다시 한
stressed.
번만 알려줄래요?
잘못했어요. 아저씨 잘못했어요.
여보세요? 주소 다시 한 번만 알려주세요.
And shockingly, the police, still failing to grasp the urgency of the situation, asked again for the address. Turns out the police were on the line, listening to the victim's screams for a whole 6 minutes before they hung up. And at the end of the call, the police were recorded saying it sounded like just a married couple fighting. Can you believe that? So what happened that night?
So
Wu
annoying.
was just heading home from a store, finishing up his errands. We're not sure if he was drunk or not, but one thing's
See?
clear. Wu's got
Korea
short
is
sleeves.
so
On
far
his way
from
back,
what
he
you
bumped into a
see
woman
in
by
K-dramas.
accident. She said sorry
Y'all
right
are
away,
getting
but Wu didn't take
fooled.
it well at all. He
My
started
goodness.
threatening her, completely ignoring her apology. Things got really bad. Around 10:30 p.m., Wu became furious and dragged the woman to his apartment, not too far from where they were. She tried to fight back and escape, but Wu was too strong and got her into his place. Once there, he tried to assault her. The woman, Kwak, fought back hard. About the neighbors hearing all this, yes, they did, but they didn't do anything, thinking it was just a couple fighting. They later said they thought it was a private matter and didn't want to get involved. Back in the apartment, Wu kept trying to assault Kwak, but he couldn't. Frustrated, he went to the bathroom. Kwok grabbed her chance and trapped him inside. But stuck in the locked apartment, she had no way out and called the police, hoping they'd come quick to save her. After the line got cut and the call ended with the sound of a struggle in the background, let's talk about what Woo did next. Frustrated because he couldn't assault this woman, he grabbed a wrench and hit her multiple times on the head, then strangled her to death. It's still a mystery if he did what he did next after she died, but his subsequent actions are truly shocking and hard to believe. Woo spent the next 6 hours cutting the body of the woman, not just into 2, 3, or 6 pieces. He chopped the body into around 280 pieces. He only stepped out at 5 in the morning to buy plastic bags from a nearby grocery store. The clerk there mentioned Woo wanted a large black plastic bag, but they only had blue ones, so he bought them. Now, you might wonder, how did he get so much time to commit this crime? Shouldn't the police have arrived much sooner? Incredibly, the police located Woo's apartment only 13 hours after the emergency call. When they broke down the door, they caught Woo in the act of putting the bloody body parts into the blue plastic bags. There were 14 bags, all filled with human remains. It's heartbreaking to think that if the police had acted faster, she might not have ended up in such a horrific state.
Oh my god.
The police had to rely on the Fire and Disaster Management Center for GPS tracking to locate this man. At the time, the police didn't have the authority to track locations themselves. But still, taking 13 hours to find him just doesn't seem right at all. According to
Why would you
Woo,
call it an
the victim was
emergency
alive
phone line?
for 6 hours, even after the
It's
phone call
13
ended.
hours an emergency?
Even if she died at 1
The
a.m.,
fuck?
as the police claimed, it means
So
she was alive for at
annoying.
least 3 hours. The National Forensic Service stated that if she had dinner around 8 p.m. and was kidnapped at about 10:30 p.m., 2.5 hours later, and if she was murdered at 5 a.m., the next morning, as Woo claims, the stomach should have been empty. But digestion can be delayed under severe stress. This implies there is a possibility she was alive. The criminal was caught dismembering the victim's body with a whetstone for sharpening knives beside him. It suggests he repeatedly sharpened the knife to continue his actions. Forensic experts who examined the remains were deeply disturbed by the condition they were in. In typical murder cases, 2 to 3 forensic experts performing an autopsy is the norm. But in this case, because of the severe mutilation of the body, it is known that 14 people were involved in the autopsy. It was reported that the extent of mutilation was so severe that it was impossible to conduct a test for signs of sexual assault. Ultimately, they had to rely on the killer's statements. An emergency responder who witnessed the crime scene was reportedly unable to eat properly for 2 days because of the impact of this incident. This reaction, from someone accustomed to confronting all sorts of gruesome situations, indicates the extent of the brutality involved. Woo was immediately arrested at the scene. The prosecution investigated for other possible crimes, but had not confirmed any additional offenses. Woo Yuan-shun, a man of Chinese-Korean descent, was born in 1970 in Xiangguang Village, Inner Mongolia Autonomous Region of China. After graduating from elementary school, he worked in agriculture. He entered South Korea in September 2007 on a work visa and had been working as a construction site laborer for about 4 years until his arrest. It was revealed that he had a wife and a son in his home country, and he regularly sent money to his family in China. From October 2010, he had been living in Suwon, Gyeonggi Province. Woo's personal life remains largely a mystery. Neighbors knew him as a quiet, solitary man who often stayed in his apartment or drank alone. The discovery of magazines and images with naked women in his apartment suggests he may have had sexual frustrations. After this tragic incident, Kwok's family pushed for a deeper police investigation. The precise manner in which the body was dismembered led to suspicions of Wu's involvement in human or organ trafficking. There were theories that he planned the murder to sell body parts to China, but these remained unconfirmed because of his inconsistent statements. The investigation ended without clear conclusions about his motives. The community was horrified by rumors that the murder was part of a scheme to harvest human flesh. This was compounded by the shocking revelation that capsules and pills made from human flesh were circulating in the country. The Customs Service had seized almost 30,000 such capsules over a year, smuggled as health supplements since August 2011. The actual number in circulation is believed to be much higher. Human flesh pills were also found being sold in a traditional Korean market by ethnic Koreans from China. The misuse of these capsules, mistakenly believed to boost skin and overall health, is alarming. Investigations revealed they contained hepatitis B and numerous harmful microbes. Given these findings and the severity of the case, the police took the trafficking theories to court. Wu's confession was both shocking and infuriating. He claimed that on the night of the crime, he was just in a bad mood. It's hard to comprehend how someone could go from being annoyed to committing such a cold-blooded murder and gruesomely mutilating the body without any sense of
Human
guilt
flesh pills is
or
completely
humanity.
insane, I know, right?
The trial moved quickly. Just over a month
Crazy.
later, the Suwon District Court sentenced Wu to the death penalty. They also ruled that if he were ever paroled, he must wear an electric anklet for 30 years. The court strongly stated that Wu's actions were violent and sinister, showing no remorse. His method of murdering and attempting to dispose of the body went far beyond a simple bad mood. Furthermore, the court acknowledged that there were reasonable grounds to suspect Wu's involvement in the sale of human body parts. First off, when the police searched his apartment, they found a saw and various knives in different shapes and sizes. Next, they noticed that Kwok's body had been cut into almost uniform pieces, as if there was an effort to keep it all neat. And finally, it came to light that Wu had phone records between December 2011 and February 2012, which he had deleted without giving any explanation. All right, so Wu was initially given the death sentence, which seemed fitting. But a few months later, in the appellate court on October 18, 2012, Wu Yuan-chun's sentence was reduced to life imprisonment. This was because the human flesh provision theory, crucial in the original death sentence, was not sufficiently evidenced in the appeal. The court concluded that despite the dismemberment of the body, there was no definitive proof that the motive was to provide human flesh. This whole case sparked massive media outrage towards the police. Their failure to rescue the woman and the perceived lack of effort in handling the case severely damaged their reputation. It left many people questioning their trust in the police and wondering if those tasked with public safety were truly committed to their duties. It's baffling how, with all their resources and authority, the police couldn't save a woman after receiving such specific details about her situation. The police faced contradictions in their statements as well. They initially claimed that the emergency call from the woman lasted only about a minute, but it was later revealed that the call actually went on for around 7 minutes, during which the woman's struggles and pleas were clearly audible. Another point of contention was the police's response to the GPS tracking. They said they dispatched officers to the area indicated by the GPS, but they ended up circling within a 400-meter radius of the cell tower location where Kwok's phone was traced, not the specific location she had provided. They did not inspect dark houses and didn't use sirens, worried about disturbing the residents. American female profiler Pat Brown, in an email interview with the local media, criticized this approach. She said she would have used the sirens and thoroughly searched the nearby houses, prioritizing saving the victim's life over the inconvenience to residents. This inadequate response led to widespread backlash, not just from native Koreans, but also from Chinese Koreans who didn't want to be associated with this man. Many felt the punishment was too lenient, as Wu could live out his days in a cell. The victim's family was deeply affected too. They sued the state for compensation, arguing that the mishandling of the emergency call led to the failure to rescue her. In 2014, the Seoul High Court ordered compensation, but the family appealed for a more comprehensive ruling. In 2016, the Supreme Court sided with the family, and in 2017, the Seoul High Court increased the compensation amount. But no sum could compensate for their loss. The public outcry over this case led to significant consequences,
So what if
including
you
the
paid?
resignation
It's not like you
of
can bring
National
back
Police
the
Agency
life.
Commissioner Cho Hyun-woo. The victim, enduring financial hardship,
Sorry, sounds
walked over
JoJo-ish.
1 kilometer home to save on
What the
taxi
fuck?
fare that last night of her life. She came from a modest background. Her father was a day laborer, her mother worked in a restaurant, and she herself had to juggle work and study, eventually graduating from a regional vocational college. Despite the challenges, she was devoted to her family, often sacrificing her needs to support them. Her tragic loss was not just a personal tragedy for her family,
so
who now
sad,
struggle with
man.
immense grief and sleepless nights, but also a profound loss for the community, who mourns the untimely passing of such a kind and selfless individual. It's deeply tragic that an innocent life was lost to a deranged individual, compounded by the authorities' failure to respond effectively. Our hearts go out to the victim's family in their quest for closure. We hope they find the peace and justice they so rightly deserve. And to the victim, may she rest in peace. Thanks for watching.
That is so sad.
All right, let's chat about something a bit chilling today. You know South Korea is famous for K-pop and K-drama, right? But there's another thing it's renowned for: plastic surgery skills. Koreans are pretty focused on looks, sensitive about appearance, and plastic surgery is so widespread that it is no exaggeration to say everyone gets eyelid or nose jobs as a high school graduation gift. But here's the catch.
What?
Can we
That's
really
crazy.
believe that these surgeries are as simple and risk-free as we think? Apart from the inherent risks of surgery, did you know there is a surprising number of cases where people suddenly die after these procedures? Today, let's dive into what really goes on inside those operating rooms. We'll start with the Kwon-dae medical death case. Back on September 9th, 2016, a mother received a sudden call from her eldest son and rushed to a university hospital. The son who called her asked her to come to the 3rd floor, which turned out to be the intensive care unit. And there, the eldest son revealed that his younger brother, Tae, was in the ICU, shocking her. The son, who had just said he was going to a friend's house, was now unconscious and lying in a hospital bed. Tae, who had always been self-conscious about his jaw, faced bullying and trauma during his school years because of this complex. So, to address his insecurities, Tae secretly went to a plastic surgery clinic in Gangnam, hoping for a new look without telling his family. But 11 hours later, a call was made to transfer a bleeding patient
I
to the
think you
university
should tell your
hospital.
family if you do something to
Tae
your
was
face,
transferred
if
there in
you're
critical
undergoing any
condition.
operation.
His heart was revived with CPR after cardiac arrest, but he didn't regain consciousness. So what exactly happened during those 11 hours at the plastic surgery clinic? With just 2 minutes of cardiac arrest, the university hospital told Tae's mother that he might not survive a week or could become vegetative. They even discussed organ donation, but his mother couldn't accept this. Tae was undergoing facial contouring surgery at a plastic surgery clinic that boasted 14 years without accidents. The director of the hospital who performed Tae's surgery visited the ICU the next morning. He claimed that Tae was not in danger while at his clinic, and he suggested that the excessive bleeding was because of Tae's larger than average jawbone, but was not a serious issue. He even offered to provide the CCTV footage from the operating room if there were any doubts. So Tae's mother demanded all records related to her son. Unable to watch the footage herself, Tae's mother handed it to a relative who was knowledgeable in medicine and law. And after watching that video, the relative insisted that the video must be watched, even if reluctantly, as it contained all the answers. The 7 hours and 13 minutes long video was intensely watched by Tae's mother, enduring all the pain. The surgery began with the hospital director entering the operation room, and about 20 minutes later, he started cutting Tae's jawbone. And from that moment, Tae's blood started dripping onto the floor. A nursing assistant nonchalantly wiped the blood with a mop, a scene that was repeated 6 times over an hour. An hour into the surgery, the hospital director left the room without even stitching up after cutting the bone. Soon, another person in surgical clothes appeared, not the hospital director or a nursing assistant, and this person began to stop the bleeding. He was a shadow doctor, or what we call a ghost doctor, someone who isn't recorded in the surgery records, but is there to perform the surgery on behalf of the real doctor. And this is totally illegal. Witnessing this, Tae's mother was unable to contain her outrage. In the CCTV footage, this ghost doctor continued with the rest of the surgery, and Tae's bleeding persisted. Another hour passed and the ghost doctor left. Then a nursing assistant, not even wearing a surgical cap, continued to try to stop the bleeding. All this time, there were no doctors beside Tae. Shortly after, the nursing assistant who had completed the stitching also left the room. Then, after changing clothes, the nursing assistant spent time beside Tae, looking at her phone and applying lipstick. The hospital was essentially a so-called surgery factory. At the same time Tae's surgery was taking place, another patient was undergoing surgery in a different room. They were conducting simultaneous surgeries. An anesthesiologist would go from one operating room to another to administer anesthesia, followed by the hospital director performing the surgery. And once the director moved to the next operating room,
Low-key good
the
for
ghost doctor
working.
would come
Yeah,
in
exactly
to stitch
why I
up
listen to
and
her
clean
while
the
I'm
surgery
doing
site, completing
commissions.
the procedure. 3 patients were undergoing simultaneous surgeries, and Tae was the second. The hospital staff, including the director, seemed to have no sense of wrongdoing in this practice. And when Tae arrived at the emergency room, he had lost about 3,500 cc of blood, which is equivalent to the total blood volume of a 45-kilogram woman. This meant that 70% of Tae's blood had been lost. But at the plastic surgery clinic, when Tae's blood pressure dropped because of the bleeding, the doctors administered a blood substitute. When his blood pressure temporarily recovered, everyone left for the day. Tae's condition worsened after he was moved to the recovery room. His blood pressure dropped drastically, leading to a 119 emergency services call. Tae urgently needed a blood transfusion, but no transfusion occurred before he was transferred to the university hospital. The hospital director claimed that we requested blood from the blood bank, but the 119 services arrived first, so we couldn't perform the transfusion. But this was false. Just 4 minutes before the arrival of the emergency services, blood for transfusion arrived at the clinic, but the medical staff did not proceed with the transfusion. Instead, they were seen laughing and chatting. Tae celebrated his birthday in the ICU 18 days after the incident. Despite doctors declaring his recovery unlikely, his mother never lost hope. On October 24th, The hospital director visited her, and he persistently insisted that his clinic was not at fault and blamed the university hospital. He urged Tae's mother to sue the university hospital, and he claimed that in a criminal case, his clinic would undoubtedly win. And in the case of a settlement, since it wasn't entirely their fault, they couldn't accept full responsibility, making an ambiguous mix of threats and persuasion. Tae's mother, who was focused only on saving her son, was furious at the director's attitude, and she broke down, begging him not to make their situation harder. But the day after the director's visit, Tae's heart stopped beating. The medical staff predicted he wouldn't last the day, and his mother, in utter despair, decided to stop life-sustaining treatment and let her son pass away. Tae's mother, she tearfully shared, "I think he left to spare me further pain after hearing me cry." Tae passed away 49 days after losing consciousness. His story eventually became known through the media. But the plastic surgery clinic responsible for the medical accident was still operating, advertising its accident-free record and falsely promoting that the hospital director personally performs all surgeries without any ghost doctors. In response to this tragedy, Tae's mother filed a lawsuit against the plastic surgery clinic's medical staff a month later. She devoted everything to the legal battle, even though she was aware of the daunting task of proving medical negligence in a lawsuit, which is really hard. For her son, she had to read through complex medical records and expert opinions hundreds of times and watch the CCTV footage thousands of times, meticulously charting every minute and second. And armed with these detailed records and documents, she handed them over to the police. The police then forwarded the case to the prosecutors on charges of professional negligence resulting in death and violations of the medical law. A doctor's license can be revoked if they receive a prison sentence for violating this law, but the prosecution dismissed the charges of violating the medical law because of insufficient evidence. The involvement of a nursing assistant without a medical license in medical procedures clearly violated the law, but despite this, the prosecution did not acknowledge the violation. The mother, she couldn't stop there. She then sought evaluations from professional institutions, and 6 institutions provided 12 evaluations of confirming violations of the medical law. The police acknowledged this, but the prosecution still did not. And during this time, the mother discovered a distressing fact. The prosecutor handling the case and the clinic's lawyer were classmates from the same school and even attended the Judicial Research and Training Institute together. Her appeal to the higher prosecution was also rejected, but she did not give up. Since the case cannot proceed without an indictment, she filed a petition for a judicial review, hoping the court would order the prosecution to indict the suspects. The chance of such a petition being accepted was only about 0.3%, a slim hope, indeed. In desperation, she visited Tae's grave daily, praying and pleading with tears for his son to help her, and she continued to stage solo protest every day. After 416 days of relentless solo protesting by the mother, the court finally ordered the prosecution to indict the suspects, and this was a miracle. It was a huge breakthrough against the 0.3% odds. In the subsequent first trial, the court acknowledged both the violation of the medical law and the charge of involuntary manslaughter. The judiciary did recognize the mother's pain, her harrowing efforts, but they sentenced only the hospital director to prison while imposing fines on the other doctors. Tae's mother was dissatisfied, so she appealed, and the following year, the appellate court imposed harsher sentences than the first trial. But this time, the medical staff while acknowledging the facts, refused to accept their negligence and appeal the decision. So in January 2023, the Supreme Court made its final ruling, dismissing all appeals. This confirmed the sentences of the defendants. The operating doctor received a 3-year prison sentence, and the rest of the medical staff received suspended sentences, leaving a sense of disappointment. This ended the mother's 7-year-long battle, but her mission was not yet complete. While sorting Tae's belongings, she discovered this paper that had 20 bucket list wishes that was written by Tae when he was alive, and this included "leave a mark in the world with my name." Determined to fulfill this, she became the head of an organization helping medical accident victims and advocated for mandatory CCTV in operating rooms. Her relentless efforts led to the implementation of this law on September 25th, 2023. And this law was named Kwon-dae Law, leaving her son's name in the world. The clinic involved is known to be a plastic surgery clinic located in Jamwon-dong, Gangnam. There is a high possibility that this clinic would still be operating now under a different name. These plastic surgery clinics just changing their name after a major accident and continuing with their business is very common, so you have to be really careful when choosing plastic surgery clinics in Korea. And the important issue here that I would like to point out is that these so-called ghost surgeries are more prevalent in Korean society than we might expect. In December 2013, a high school girl went to a clinic in Gangnam for a nose job after her college entrance exam, and she tragically died during the procedure. There were several dubious aspects to this case. Firstly, this clinic is a very well-known hospital. Located in Apgujeongdong, known as the Mecca of plastic surgery, the clinic is quite large and would naturally employ many specialized plastic surgeons. But a death occurred during what is considered a relatively common surgery, involving the eyes and nose. Further investigation revealed a disturbing pattern. Since 2008, there had been a consistent occurrence of patient deaths at this clinic. This wasn't the first death. Following this incident, an investigation into the clinic began, revealing this dark secret. This clinic practiced factory-style ghost surgeries. In a large room, several operating tables were set up with curtains separating them, and it resembled a wartime situation where many injured are treated simultaneously. Once the patients were put to sleep, they were laid on these tables and surgeries were conducted at the same time. The reason operating on multiple patients at once was, of course, more profitable than attending to one patient at a time. But the problem didn't stop there. The shocking revelation was that the operating doctor at the time was not a specialized plastic surgeon. The surgeons performing the operations were ENT specialists, not a plastic surgeon. Patients, of course, were unaware of this during consultations. Ultimately, the director of this clinic, Mr. Yu, was indicted without detention and went to trial. In 2018, the verdict was delivered, a 2-year prison sentence and a fine of 3 million won. This case became a notable example, bringing public attention to the issue of ghost surgeries conducted by doctors. There have even been cases involving Chinese ghost doctors performing surgeries. According to a KBS investigation, a nursing assistant who worked at a major plastic surgery clinic in Gangnam, Seoul, reported seeing a Chinese doctor of Korean descent, 조선족, which means ethnic Koreans from China, in the operating room. The nursing assistant recalled the most shocking thing was that a 조선족 Chinese doctor was performing the stitching in a breast surgery. When it was busy, except for inserting the breast implants and final design, the 조선족 Chinese doctor did everything in the surgery. Even if this Chinese doctor had a medical license in China, of course, they are not permitted to perform surgeries in a Korean hospital's operating room. And simply holding a knife in a Korean operating room is illegal. Korean plastic surgery techniques are among the world's best and globally recognized. Many Korean plastic surgeons travel to China for temporary work under permits issued by China. It's said that when a famous Korean plastic surgeon is advertised in China, patients there line up in droves. Kwon Young-dae, a former executive director of the Korean Association of Plastic Surgeons, commented on this issue of Chinese ghost surgeries. He explained that some doctors in China almost function as disciples to Korean surgeons. When Korean doctors go to China, they receive permission and qualifications to practice there. And because it's impractical to always bring Korean doctors with them, Chinese doctors become very popular. They work with Chinese doctors instead. And conversely, it's beneficial for Chinese doctors to work with Korean specialists. If they lack skills, they are brought to Korea for training. And this is essential to bring them up to a certain standard, especially as many Chinese patients visit Korean hospitals. And here, ethnic Koreans from China are particularly valuable because they speak both Chinese and Korean. For a novice Chinese doctor working in a Korean, especially in a Gangnam plastic surgery clinic, is a valuable experience that benefits them later in China. So, when asked about how they work in Korea, the experts said that they start by assisting in surgeries, cutting whatever they need to, wiping blood, just basically helping out. And gradually, they start stitching and become more involved in the surgeries. This is illegal. This is definitely illegal. Have Chinese individuals in operating rooms disappeared? Kwon said that they still exist. The numbers have reduced compared to the past, but the practice continues. And he said that there is still a huge market for it. Operating rooms are closed environments, making it extremely difficult to expose what happens inside. And even now, someone in a Gangnam plastic surgery clinic could be undergoing surgery at the hands of an unlicensed doctor. This serious issue.
Hi. How are you, Ash? Let me give you a shouty. How was stream? I hope it went well and you enjoyed it.
Oh yeah, no, they've been stomping around.
You were playing Dead by Daylight again. Were you playing with Dozer? Stream was very fun. Let's go. I want to play Dead by Daylight again. It's been a while. Maybe sometime soon. On the weekends, I see. Okay. Hopefully you get your after stream care. Get food, get water, and rest up. Everyone who joined the raid, thank you so much for joining. Hello, hello. Also, if you're new here, my name is Sally Shay. I'm a half-witch, half-vampire VTuber, and I stream a variety of games. A lot of Monster Hunter and Tekken, some music on the side, and art as well. Make sure the cult members, make sure you follow and support Ash. Ash streams a lot of Dead by Daylight, some Monster Hunter, and some variety games. Okay, no worries. Rest well, Ash. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. I'll be the healing horn in the corner like always. You know what? Same. Oh. You know what? We're twinnies. We're twinsies. Cause when I play Monster Hunter and I pick up hunting horn, I just stand there like a supervisor. I just stand there like a supervisor. Anyway, make sure you guys join the Monster Hunter tournament I have set up. It's gonna be soon during my birth month. Wrathorn with a wide range of mushroom build. Yeah, that's actually amazing. I don't have a mushroom build though. I don't have it yet. I have yet to build that because
it's so funny. In Wilds, I play different weapons. So because of that, I couldn't like find myself like a solid build for hunting horn because I play other weapons like great sword, dual blades, hammer, other stuff. Talismans? Yeah, yeah. I sure will. I am set to play more Monster Hunter. I think this Saturday cuz I need to farm for materials. I need to farm for materials. Mm-mm-mm. Anyway, we're just, I'm just doing art. And while I'm doing art, I will be listening. We will all be listening to true crime. If that's what you like, feel free to lurk and listen.
Is compounded by the difficulty in resolving and monitoring it. The problem becomes even more severe considering the number of people coming to Korea from abroad for plastic surgery. Many people travel from abroad,
Much
entrusting
to
their well-being to
home for the
surgeons
third
in a foreign
ability.
land, often with very
Okay.
little information about the actual qualifications of the people operating on them. This lack of transparency and difficulty in regulation not only poses risks to patient safety, but also potentially damages the reputation of legitimate and skilled medical professionals in the field. So, what are your thoughts? Maybe some of you can share your experiences with Korean clinics. I'll leave you with that for now, and thanks for watching. See you soon. Hi. For those who might not know, my name is Megan Lee. I have been working as a journalist based in Seoul, South Korea for many years, and now I introduce Asian true crime cases on YouTube. I don't even know where to start. I was shocked to read the breaking news that actor Lee Sun-gyun had been found dead. He starred in the Oscar-winning film Parasite and was also known for his roles in dramas like Coffee Prince, Pasta, and My Mister.
I am
His
so behind.
death really got me thinking about what is going on in Korea right now. I recall the barrage of news regarding Lee's suspected drug use. And from day one, he was under extreme scrutiny by both the media and the public. It breaks my heart to think about how he must have felt watching his entire career and everything he had worked so hard for just crumble overnight. His family falling apart. I cannot even begin to imagine the pain and pressure he must have endured during that process. I don't want to discuss what's wrong and right about his suspected crimes, as nothing has been proven true yet. For those who have been following my channel, you know I usually don't give my personal opinion on certain issues, but today, as a journalist who has worked in Korea for a long time and understands how the media and public tend to gravitate towards the juiciest news for entertainment, I would like to discuss the most problematic aspects of scrutiny against Korean celebrities and what might have led to his death. First and foremost, I send my condolences to a man who achieved so much, made Korea proud as an actor, but was also someone's husband and father. To give you an overview of the entire timeline of Lee's case, drug allegations against actor Lee started with a news report on October 19th naming top star L as a suspect in drug use. The Incheon police began investigating 8 people, including a man in his 40s, calling him L. On October 23rd, they officially identified Lee as the suspect. And despite thorough testing by the National Forensic Service, no drugs were found in his system. And as you know, singer G-Dragon, also known as Kwon Ji-young, was involved in the case, and he was also tested negative. This whole investigation was initiated solely based on claims by a female nightclub manager, A. So, from the beginning, this investigation faced criticism from the public for its foundation. During the investigation, Lee claimed innocence. He said he believed he had taken sleeping pills, not drugs. He remained adamant about his innocence and sought a fair evaluation against this woman's claims. The day before his death, he requested a lie detector test through his lawyer to compare his statements with those accusing him. And things got even messier when Kaseon, a YouTube channel infamously known for unverified rumors, released a video featuring a private phone conversation between Lee and this woman A, which was totally unrelated to the drug allegations, and it was released without verification. And this led to widespread media coverage. The media didn't care if this was verified or not, they just wanted juicy headlines. The next day, on the 27th, Lee was found dead in his car near a park in Chungno district. He was declared dead by the time the paramedics arrived, and his body was taken to Seoul National University Hospital. Lee's manager contacted the police first. He was unable to reach him that morning, so he went to his house and found a note, which appeared to be a will. Lee was known to be distressed over the investigation's impact on his reputation and potential financial losses from breached contracts. But I don't know, it seems to me that the immense pressure on his mental state might have been the more significant factor in his death. Koreans are apparently shocked by the news of Lee taking his own life. Netizens are expressing their grief over his death and anger towards the police, media, and the political sphere. Over the past 3 months, there were nearly 3,000 news reports related to Lee Sung-gyun's alleged drug use. He was literally butchered by the police and media. Even after his death, some local media continued to label him with these drug use allegations, even with negative test results. So, no matter what the results were, he was just a drug addict to the media, or maybe he had to be. This stigma attached to Lee just never went away. And another interesting fact, the day before Lee Sung-gyun's death, the government announced the promotion of senior officials in the National Police Agency. And this includes Oh Seung-jin, the head of the criminal department at the Incheon Metropolitan Police Agency, who was involved in the drug investigation of entertainers, including Lee Sung-gyun. The media, the police, they all exploited his situation for their own benefit. And sadly, in contrast, international media instead chose to honor him as an Oscar-nominated actor and Parasite star, focusing on his achievements. Some Korean people commented online questioning why local media couldn't follow the foreign media's approach of not using such stigmatizing labels. Some Koreans expressed frustration, wondering whether it was a lack of ability or willingness in local news desks to present facts in a more respectful manner. And this has long been a problem. Local news outlets are struggling financially, and they are losing viewership because of social media and the change in ways of people consuming news. So they tend to resort more to news with dramatic headlines, provocative content,
sensationalizing,
even though they're not verified.
I learned this when I was
killed
in
so many people,
journalism
including celebrities.
for university.
And also, I don't know, I just have to say this. Netizens are accountable too, as they often believe what they read too easily and just too quickly.
Yeah, I call them
verifying
keyboard
facts.
warriors.
After someone dies, they begin mourning.
They're in
and
their own echo
blame the media.
chambers. What they see on the social
Celebrities
media,
have long been
they
the
would
subject
believe it
of
that it's true without doing their own
mind-blowingly
research,
intense
as if they don't got their own
scrutiny,
brains.
and they have voiced their
Fucking
opinions
bitch
about
ass
Lee's death
motherfuckers.
as well. Actor Lee Ji-hoon, in his Instagram post, he questioned the tendency of the people to judge others, you know, like asking if people are truly living their lives without shame. And this former singer named Kim Song, she criticized the destructive nature of crowd psychology and wrote that everyone has faults.
We're being so productive
with
right now.
some
Yeah.
caught and others not. She
Literal.
said that no one is immune to challenging situations that could potentially ruin or save them. It is just so challenging to live as a celebrity in Korea, and that's for sure. You can be canceled for this and that, even for the slightest mistakes, or even for a single word that can be misleading. I live in Korea. I'm proudly Korean, but it's just so sad to see a lot of people applying this double standard towards public figures, thinking that they deserve it because they are celebrities. People are quick to judge, as seen in the case of G-Dragon. He was hastily labeled as a drug addict based on his gestures, and he was mocked for it. Once his drug tests came back negative and he denied all allegations in media interviews, public opinion shifted in his favor. I don't know. It seems maintaining neutrality until the facts are revealed is increasingly difficult in today's society. The premature media coverage and the police's hasty media response are also to blame. Legal experts have been raising concerns about the leak of Lee Sung-gyun's real name, to the media during
I
this
would say it was
preliminary
intentional.
investigation stage.
They
which
leaked it
is
for,
rare.
you know, the
If
impact,
his
the
name came out
sensationalism.
after this stage of the investigation was concluded,
It's not journalism
would he
anymore.
still be
It's
alive?
sensationalism. That's what they're doing.
It seems to
They need
me
the moolah.
that
They
they
need the
were
money.
determined to go
Of
after
course
him
they're gonna do it.
because he's famous, but he doesn't have power. Some netizens compared Lee's investigation with that of the brother-in-law of former Suwon District Prosecutor's Office Deputy Chief Prosecutor Lee Jung-seop, who was also being suspected of drug use. His wife reported her husband's drug use to the police, but they delayed the process and only collected urine and hair samples after 3 months.
Wow.
His wife later revealed that some of the evidence she submitted to the police had disappeared. See the difference?
Damn.
I don't know. It's just so frustrating. The media, netizens, authorities, they all share responsibility. And it's crucial to recognize that these problems aren't new. What we can do is reflect on ourselves, how we process information, and how we form judgments based on those information. And can we take a step back and give celebrities some room to breathe? The intense scrutiny and pressure can have devastating effects, not just on the individuals directly involved, but also on the broader societal fabric. As a Korean citizen, as a journalist, I would like to end this video with this last message. We really need to take a more empathetic and responsible approach to how we view and treat public figures. Yeah, thanks for listening, and may his soul rest in peace. Bye.
That is so sad, though.
Today's case, which occurred in South Korea in 2016, is a chilling reminder that monsters can hide in plain sight. The case came to light when a tourist found part of a man's dismembered body on Daegu-do Island in Gyeonggi Province's Ansan City. Known as an ordinary and well-liked individual, Cho Sung-ho's true nature was shockingly revealed when he was arrested for his crime. Now, let's delve into the case of Cho Sung-ho. On May 1st, 2016, a shocking discovery was made at 3:50 p.m. in Ansan City. The lower half of a man's body, packed in a sack, was found in a drain near Puldo Embankment. The man was quite short, around 160 centimeters tall, with small feet. The police quickly set up a team to investigate. The next day, they started a big search near the discovery site at 8 a.m. This search was huge. 900 people and drones were used. Then, on May 3rd, the upper half of the body, wrapped just like the lower half, was found in Siwa Lake, close to Daebudo Pangamori Pier. This was 11 kilometers away from where the first part was found. Luckily, there was a CCTV camera at the place where the upper half of the body was found. Surveillance footage showed a young man unloading an object believed to be the body from a rented vehicle at a wharf. The body was in such bad shape, especially the face and head, that it was hard to tell if it was a man or a woman. To figure out who the person was, the investigators worked on the left thumb. They removed the damaged skin and used chemicals to bring back the fingerprint. They sent this to forensic experts for more analysis, but the fingerprint was too damaged to identify who the person was. Not giving up, the police took a picture of the left index finger, which was in better condition, and also sent it for examination. Using this picture, they found 12 unique features in the fingerprint and checked it against a huge database. They narrowed it down to about 200 men, aged 17 to 50, from a list of 19 million. The police then matched these 200 fingerprints with the thumbprint from the body. Finally, they found out the body was Che, a 40-year-old man from Yeonsu district in Incheon. This discovery accelerated the investigation. An autopsy revealed that the cause of death was a severe blow to the head. After examining Che's phone records, the police identified several people he frequently contacted, leading them to his roommate, Cho Sung-ho. On May 5th at 1:50 p.m., the police visited Che's residence in the Yeonsu district of Incheon. There, they discovered blood splatters on the walls. Upon interrogating Cho Sung-ho at the scene, he confessed to the entire crime. Consequently, he was immediately arrested for murder, dismemberment, and abandoning the corpse. Cho Sung-ho, a 30-year-old from Ujeongbu, Gyeonggi Province, shared housing with Che to save costs. He claimed the murder was accidental, stating that Che belittled and ordered him around due to their age difference. He first said the killing happened accidentally with a knife during an intense argument between late March and early April 2016. However, he later confessed to a premeditated murder. He admitted that he attacked Che while he was asleep, striking him multiple times with a hammer he had obtained from a factory. Over the course of more than 10 days, he dismembered Che's body into 2 parts and stored them in the bathroom. Then, using a rented car on the night of April 26, he disposed of the body parts at 2 different locations in Daebudo. The case quickly captured public attention following the rapid apprehension of the suspect. On May 6, 2016, acting under a law meant for extremely violent crimes, the prosecutors made an uncommon decision. They decided that due to the brutality of the crime and its fatal outcome, it was necessary to disclose the suspect's identity to the public. This step is usually reserved for severe cases where the suspect is still under investigation but hasn't been formally charged. This law, revised following the Kang Ho-sun case in 2009, allows the disclosure of the suspect's identity in violent crimes if the suspect is not underage and there is ample evidence. On May 7th, as Cho Sung-ho was being taken from the Taunwon police station to a court hearing, his face was shown to the public for the first time. His ordinary look, unshaven, wearing a hoodie and jeans, surprised many people. While talking to the media, Cho Sung-ho said he was sorry for what he had done and mentioned being scared during the crime. But what really shocked people was how he had been living a normal life in the same house where he committed the crime. For 13 days, Cho Sung-ho kept the body in a small bathroom, just about 3.3 square meters. Because of the tight space, he had to put the legs up against the wall and continued to use the bathroom himself, leaving the body there. Worried
What
about
the
the smell, he started cutting up the body and finally left it in Daebudo on the 27th. While the body was in the bathroom, he went to work, he looked for new jobs, and even had a date planned with his girlfriend on the day he got arrested. This made
That's
everyone
so weird.
realize just how cold and unfeeling he was. Despite the murder, Cho did not flee and claimed he was unaware of being wanted, as he didn't watch the news. But his active social media presence contradicted this claim. Cho Sung-ho, in his blog, described himself in a question and answer style, sharing that people often said he looked like actor Park Hae-il and Niel from the famous K-pop group Teen Top. He wrote about feeling shy when complimented on his looks, portraying himself as a typical young man who enjoyed being called handsome. At first glance, Cho Sung-ho seemed hardworking and genuine. His initial explanation for the crime suggested it was a spontaneous reaction to a fight, and he later added that it was provoked by the victim insulting his parents. But the full story was more complex. Back in December 2013, Cho Sung-ho and his girlfriend started a pet cafe called Mila's Story in Ujeongbu, Gyeonggi Province. Unfortunately, the cafe closed in December 2014 due to financial troubles after his girlfriend ran away with a considerable amount of money, marking a turning point in his life. On January 2, 2016, Cho Sung-ho began working at a motel in Incheon, handling the counter and management duties. Just 2 days later, on January 4th, he met 40-year-old Choi, who was also working there. Cho and Choi, both employees at the same motel, lived in accommodation provided by their employer. They quickly became friends due to their similar situations. However, after a month, both were fired for not doing their jobs well. That's when Choi suggested they should rent an apartment together. So they started living in a one-room studio apartment in Yeonsu District, Incheon. The lease was under Choi's name, but Cho Sung-ho was responsible for the utility bills. The turning point that led to the crime happened around March 10, 2016. By that time, Cho was working as a karaoke host and struggling with money. Cho Sung-ho also worked in the adult film industry to make ends meet. Knowing this, Choi offered Cho Sung-ho a deal. He proposed a sexual relationship for 300,000 won each time. On March 31st, while they were drinking together, Cho Sung-ho asked Choi for the money he was promised for their sexual relationship. Choi avoided the question, saying there was no money after a month of not working. Things got worse when Choi, in anger, picked up a fork and threatened Cho Sung-ho to leave the apartment. Cho Sung-ho, angry about not getting the money and worried about being thrown out of the apartment, bought a 19 centimeters long kitchen knife on April 1st and kept it in their apartment. Meanwhile, Choi kept telling Cho Sung-ho to move out of their shared apartment. On April 12, Cho Sung-ho decided he would kill Choi if he didn't agree to his demands. He secretly brought a 35 centimeters long hammer to their apartment. The next day, April 13th, at 12:30 p.m., with a hammer hidden behind the refrigerator near the front door, Cho Sung-ho was confronted by Choi, who was in bed. Choi aggressively questioned Cho Sung-ho about his plans to leave the apartment. Cho argued back, demanding the 600,000 won he was promised for their sexual encounters, plus an extra 300,000 won for the apartment deposit that he had paid, asking for a total of 900,000 won. Choi responded with insults toward Cho Sung-ho and his parents, which eventually pushed him to the edge. He grabbed the hammer he had hidden. As Choi tried to escape, Cho Sung-ho yelled, "Who are you to insult my parents?" and kicked Choi, knocking him down on the bed. In a fit of rage, Cho Sung-ho repeatedly struck Choi's face and chest with the hammer. He then dragged Choi to the bathroom, where he grabbed a kitchen knife and repeatedly stabbed him in the abdomen and chest. In a frenzied state, Cho Sung-woo used the knife to cut open the back and abdominal area of the corpse. He removed most of the internal organs, then divided them into 5 disposable plastic bags. On April 14th, he disposed of these bags in the general waste collection.
Hello.
From April 15th to April 20th, Cho Sung-woo completely removed and disposed of all the organs. By around April 25th, he had left the corpse in the bathroom until only the skin remained, and then fully separated the upper and lower halves of the body. The next day, at 11:35 p.m., he put 2 bags with the body parts into the trunk of a rented car. In the early morning of April 27th, around 1:47 a.m., he drove to Prudo in Ansan and left the lower half of the body there. About 15 minutes later at 2 a.m., he disposed of the upper half near Pangamori Pier in Daebudo, then went back to his normal life as if nothing had happened. Later, when looking into why he committed the crime, some thought Cho Sung-woo might be homosexual. The investigation, including interviews and psychological tests, showed no evidence of this. It turned out he was involved in sexual activities just for money. The prosecution said the situation got worse because he didn't get the money he was promised, and he was very upset about being called a prostitute. What's interesting is that people who knew Cho Sung-woo had very different things to say about him, making it hard to understand his true nature. The people in his neighborhood thought of him as a nice, friendly guy. His high school teacher, even after he was caught and identified as a murder suspect, couldn't believe he could do such a thing. Cho Sung-woo was known as a quiet and reserved person, liked by many female students. However, his friends from high school remembered a disturbing incident where he crushed a cat's paw with a rock. They also mentioned that he was very sensitive to any comments that seemed disrespectful. However, the case takes a more complex turn. As reported by YTN, a former colleague of Cho revealed in an interview that approximately 3 months prior to the crime, around January, Cho Sung-woo began inquiring about ways to swiftly kill someone. This information adds a new dimension to understanding Cho's actions and intentions leading up to the murder. This was around the time when he had just met Choi. His ex-colleagues described him as someone who carefully planned things and always achieved his goals. They thought his saying the crime happened spontaneously was just a way to get a lighter sentence or make people feel sorry for him. A former manager commented on Cho Sung-woo's demeanor during his arrest by the police. He observed that while Cho bowed and apologized, he was smiling. As someone who had worked closely with Cho for a long time, he felt confident that Cho's remorse was insincere. An adult film actress named Jinhee Kim, who once worked with him, also said she noticed something strange in his eyes and the way he smiled, which made her think he might be a psychopath. This behavior led to speculations about Cho's true character and raised the possibility that he might have harbored thoughts of committing such crimes long before the actual event occurred. Criminal psychologists involved in the case suggested that the crime might have been planned in advance. However, understanding the full picture was difficult because most of the information came from Cho Sung-woo himself. On May 8th, during interrogation, Cho mentioned experimenting with various methods to dismember the body before actually proceeding with it. This was evidenced by the injuries found on Cho's body, including his right arm, lung, and a deep cut on the hip. These actions suggest a level of deliberation and presence of mind that is not typically associated with someone acting in a state of fear or panic during the commission of a crime. Cho claimed he had a mental disorder that made him act out violently and couldn't fully control his actions, and he asked for a mental health check. He had to take a lie detector test and go through psychological profiling to see if he was a psychopath. However, the psychological tests showed that Cho Sung-woo didn't have any mental illness or psychopathic traits. He had low self-esteem and normal intelligence, but he tended to think problems were gone if he couldn't see them anymore. showing that he was very focused on himself. Psychologists observed that Cho Sung-ho had trouble seeing the big picture and tended to focus on small details. He lacked the ability to solve problems effectively. They saw this as a lack of insight, where he interpreted things in his own way and paid attention only to certain aspects. Cho Sung-ho committed the crime after not being paid for
my
sexual
phone
services,
died.
though he wasn't homosexual.
My tracking.
The extreme nature of his
Bring me
actions,
back my
murder,
phone.
and disposing of the body in such a cold manner was unusual, especially considering he grew up as the only son among 4 siblings in a stable family setting. Professor Lee Soo-jung from Gyeonggi University, a specialist in criminal psychology, thought Cho Sung-ho might have borderline intelligence, a condition that's hard to explain with standard psychological theories. His thinking was illogical, like believing it was okay to stay in a house without its owner or return there after disposing of a body. The prosecutors wanted him to get the death penalty, but on October 28, 2016, he was given a life sentence at his first trial in the Suwon District Court, Ansan Branch. However, on April 13, 2017, the Seoul High Court reduced his sentence to 27 years. Since Cho Sung-ho didn't appeal again, he's expected to be released in May 2043, when he will be 57, without a chance for early release. Was the dispute over an unpaid sum of 900,000 won the true motive behind the murder? Cho Sung-ho's life painted a contrasting picture. Although the murder stemmed from a financial disagreement, Cho harbored grand ambitions for his future. In April 2014, he shared on Facebook his aim to earn millions within a few years, actively promoting his financial planning and loan services, reflecting his high aspirations. To those around him, Cho Sung-ho was perceived as a financial planner. However, in reality, he held various jobs, including working at a loan company, karaoke bars, and in the adult film industry. This raises the question, who was the real Cho Sung-ho? Cho Sung-ho's behavior and choices paint a picture of an extreme egotist, someone who managed to blend into ordinary life while harboring deeper, more complex, and conflicting aspects of personality. His ability to maintain this facade, coupled with his criminal actions, continues to baffle experts. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. In the drama Casino, the character Charlie commits a crime that is taken from a real-life incident in a Philippine sugarcane field. He ran a seafood company in the Philippines and provided refuge to 3 Koreans on the run for financial crimes in exchange for their hidden funds to finance his gambling business. When a dispute over money distribution arose, he ended up killing them. Now, let's dive into the case of Park Kwang-yeol, famously dubbed the Drug King.
Yeah, the guy was working for several jobs, including the adult film industry.
The case of Park Kwang-yeol, who evolved from a murder instigator to a drug lord, began on the morning of October 11, 2016. A farmer in Bacolor, north of Manila in the Philippines, discovered blood seeping from his densely overgrown sugarcane field. The gruesome find was a body, brutally executed and dumped without any effort to hide it. The hands and feet were tied, and a bullet hole was in the head. After digging a bit, investigators identified the victim as a Korean. It turned out that this person was a high-up from an investment company located in Seochodong, Seoul, South Korea. Earlier that year, they had been onto something big, creating an FX trading system to predict future currency fluctuations and raking in profits, all while pulling in investors. Of the 4 representatives, 1 was apprehended and received a sentence of around 1 year and 6 months back in Korea. After just a year of establishing the corporation and being chased by the police for illegal fundraising activities, the remaining 3, Mr. Park, Mr. Ming, and Mr. Shim, fled with 13.8 billion won from 260 investors. Then just a few months into their run, they were found savagely murdered in a sugarcane field in the Philippines, and the money was nowhere to be found. The hunt for clues was on, but the Philippine investigation was tough, relying on the Korean team on the ground. So Korea had to send forensic squads and criminal profilers to the Philippines. During the joint investigation, the team searched the victim's house and lifted fingerprints of 2 individuals from a Coca-Cola can. Additionally, Park Kwang-yeol's DNA was found on the tape used to bind the victims. Through CCTV and witness questioning, both Park Kwang-yeol, a casino operator in the Philippines, and a Korean named Kim Chun-soo were identified as the culprits behind the sugarcane field murders. Known to have been born on September 15, 1978, Park Kwang-yeol had been in the seafood distribution business in Korea and consistently denied any involvement during the initial interview conducted by the Korean community in the Philippines following the murder. He tried to prove his innocence by showing his website and providing a plausible alibi. He claimed he had a sudden meeting in Manila the evening before the incident and was dropped off by a local fast food restaurant. Despite his efforts to clear his name, it wasn't long before he became a prime suspect for orchestrating the murder in the Philippines, putting him squarely on the authorities' watch list. The story goes that the victims were referred by Park Kwang-yeol's sister, who herself was tangled up in a similar sketchy financial scheme. They had escaped to the Philippines and stashed 700 million won in a casino safe, a casino, incidentally, that Park Kwang-yeol ran. In exchange for this financial favor, they were given sanctuary. But things took a turn for the worse when Park Kwang-yeol, whose casino was losing money, talked them into pouring their funds into his failing venture. He promised to pay them back if they invested, but when they pressed him for the return of their money, the situation escalated, ultimately leading to the deadly crime. Park Kwang-yeol lured Kim Chun-soo, who had previously invested 50 million won into Park's business in Korea and had not received any repayment, with the promise of a 100 million won payment to come to the Philippines and act as a hitman. After the murders, Park gleefully spent not only the roughly 2.8 million won found on the victims, but also the 750 million won they had entrusted to him. Kim Chun-soo later testified that it was actually Park Kwang-yeol who pulled the trigger, while he just helped with the crime. Park Kwang-yeol, surprisingly confident, underestimated both the Philippine police and the Korean police. His identity, however, was swiftly revealed. Kim Chun-soo was quickly arrested upon his return to Korea, but Park, who stayed in the Philippines, was not easily caught. Yet, the dedication of Korean desk inspector Lee Ji-yoon made a difference. By piecing together clues from a napkin seen in a social media photo uploaded by Park Kwang-yeol's girlfriend, he pinpointed it to a restaurant in a Manila condo. Finally, on November 17th, Park Kwang-yeol was captured 37 days after the crime. But this arrest wasn't the close of this case. It was merely the opening chapter. After being caught at the end of 2016, Park Kwang-yeol, who was supposed to be held in a Philippine immigration detention center known for its lax security, was allegedly spotted threatening a Korean expat to return his investment. The Korean community was shocked to see Park, who should have been behind bars, freely roaming the streets and reportedly armed. This news soon reached Korea. Even while in detention during an interview with a Korean investigative show, he appeared relaxed and untroubled, maintaining his innocence as if he was just on a casual break. As many had feared, after only a few months in detention, Park managed to escape by breaking through a straw roof, easily bypassing the guards. By June 2017, just 3 months after his escape, Korean law enforcement recaptured him. They added a new charge to his list of offenses: drug possession. Initially, they assumed the drugs were for personal use, not aware that this was just a hint of what was to come. Throughout 2018, the Korean Ministry of Justice kept pressing for his extradition, sending numerous requests to the Philippines. However, the Philippine authorities kept delaying the process, citing Park's ongoing trial for the multiple murders as the reason. The 13.8 billion won stolen from the Korean victims in the sugarcane field remained unaccounted for. As this mystery persisted, those linked to Park Kwang-yeol's operation began to strangely acquire wealth, purchasing properties and vehicles. In 2019, while on trial in the Philippines, Park executed his second escape, this time by breaking through the bathroom ventilation during a court recess. This escape was shockingly enabled by a police officer who, after receiving a request from Park's local girlfriend to treat him to a meal, allowed him a food stop en route from the courthouse, from which Park slipped away. The restaurant owner later revealed that the police seemed aware of Park's escape, but didn't act with urgency, leading to rumors that Park's release wasn't just an oversight, but perhaps a deliberate act by some members of the Philippine police. So Park,
Oh my
whom
god.
Korea was eager to extradite, vanished within the Philippines. Notably, during his 2-year imprisonment before his escape, Park had built an alliance with Kim Yong-yeol, known as Sarah Kim, a notorious drug lord in Southeast Asia. A Filipino local shared that Park Kwang-yeol had gotten involved in drug trafficking while in prison before his first breakout. He had learned the details and methods from Kim Yong-yeol, making a deal to distribute the drugs to Korea and give a portion of the profits in return for the chances to escape and gain power. It was a poorly kept secret among the Korean community in the Philippines that even while Park was at the Pikutan Detention Center, he was attempting to smuggle drugs into Korea. A Korean expat who was asked to deliver a package for Park became suspicious of the contents. Upon checking, the expat found a significant quantity of drugs concealed within an iron and promptly reported it. Photographs documenting the hidden stash were taken in August 2018. From then on, drug-related headlines surged in Korea. As you might recall, the 2018 Burning Sun scandal sent shockwaves through South Korea. It revealed deep-seated corruption involving Gangnam police and notable celebrities, prompting a widespread crackdown on drug-related crimes. During this period, ex-K-pop star Park Yu-chun and his ex-girlfriend Hwang Hana, granddaughter of Namyang Dairy Products founder, were in the limelight due to Hwang's drug abuse charges. The involvement of a business magnate's offspring drew public scrutiny, which in turn shed light on Telegram drug rooms and how they revolutionized drug trafficking methods. Then in 2021, Hwang Hana was under the scanner once more for suspected drug use with her spouse, Mr. Oh, and friend Mr. Nam. This investigation brought Park Kwang-yeol, who had fled to the Philippines, back into the spotlight. Here, Hwang Hana's friend, Mr. Nam, was more than just a casual drug purchaser. He was linked to Vatican Kingdom, a notorious sales network within the Telegram drug trade that was pervasive in South Korea at the time. These were a new type of drug organization that opened up channels for easy online purchase of drugs during the era of COVID-19. After Hwang Hana's arrest warrant was reviewed and she denied all charges, the individual behind the Telegram ID Vatican Kingdom was apprehended. Subsequently, on January 21, 2022, Hwang Hana received a sentence of 1 year and 8 months in prison. Vatican Kingdom was a drug operation managed by a 26-year-old who orchestrated multiple Telegram drug channels, catering primarily to teens and young adults in South Korea. The mastermind behind this widespread drug network was Park Kwang-yeol. In the role of Sangson, a supplier in the Telegram drug channels, and through an intermediary known as Hason, Park Kwang-yeol produced methamphetamine in the Philippines. To complicate the investigation efforts, he employed a distribution method known as throwing. The drugs would be left in predetermined locations for the buyers to retrieve, a process facilitated by a chain of 10 middlemen. South Korea, previously known as a nation with very low drug circulation, was shaken by the revelation that Park Kwang-yeol was behind the trafficking of an estimated 60 kilograms of drugs monthly, valued at around 30 billion won. His prior experience in the seafood distribution business, which demands high efficiency due to the need for freshness, seemed to have unexpectedly provided him with the skills necessary to run a sophisticated drug distribution network. Kwang-yeol's notoriety rose even further when it became widely known that he was also the key figure behind the sugarcane field murders. As a result, tips began to flood in, leading to his recapture by the Philippine police in the Laguna region on October 28, 2020. While Kim Chun-soo, who was implicated as an accomplice in the Philippine sugarcane field murder, has been serving a 30-year sentence in South Korea since 2017, members of the Vatican Kingdom have received 10-year sentences. By 2022, Park Kwang-yeol had been handed a cumulative sentence of 60 years in the Philippines with convictions for escape, drug offenses, and murder. Koreans living in the Philippines say that Park Kwang-yeol, who once earned money by introducing Korean customers to casinos, gained power by committing a 15 billion won case and fleeing to the Philippines, where he murdered the victims of the sugarcane field. Park Kwang-yeol, now a notorious figure in drug trafficking and a convicted murderer, appears to wield significant influence even within Philippine detention facilities. Reports suggest that he is treated as a VIP in prison, likely due to the corrupting influence of his wealth on the prison administrators. His status as a wealthy inmate allegedly makes him a prime target for those seeking to benefit from his riches, potentially facilitating favorable treatment or even another escape. The concern over another possible escape is compounded by Park Kwang-yeol's past as the Telegram drug king, where he was able to generate enormous sums of money, estimated at 30 billion won per month. The substantial income from his drug trafficking operation may provide him with the means to corrupt officials and circumvent security measures. Despite South Korea's persistent attempts to have him extradited to face justice, the process has been mired in delays, with the Philippine government not responding to requests for temporary extradition measures. Meanwhile, allegations persist that Park Kwang-yeol continues to orchestrate drug sales from behind bars through members of his organization who remain at large. The situation illustrates the challenges of international law enforcement and extradition, especially when dealing with individuals who have the resources to exploit systemic weaknesses. That's all for today. Thanks for watching. Giving birth to a child is a blessing for any family, but sadly, there are individuals who prove themselves wholly undeserving such a gift. Recently in South Korea, a deeply disturbing and heart-wrenching case came to light, leaving the entire nation in shock. The case involved a 15-month-old child who passed away, with the parents concealing the incident for 3 years. The incident sparked a nationwide conversation on the importance of safeguarding the welfare of children and prompted a reevaluation of the system in place to protect the most vulnerable members of society. Let's delve into this appalling case known as the kimchi container child abandonment case. The unfolding of this shocking case began with a comprehensive investigation by the Ministry of Health and Welfare based on the E-Child Happiness Support Project in October 2022. This investigation was designed to identify at-risk children using information such as the non-vaccination of preventive shots for children and adolescents under 18. Regrettably, the survey did not mandatorily include children under 3 years old, which unfortunately delayed the uncovering of this case. However, a public official in Pocheon noticed that despite being registered as a resident, Choi Ju-won had not undergone any infant health checkups or kindergarten registrations, which raised suspicions.
I'm Gucci.
Despite multiple attempts to contact the child's mother, Mrs. Hawk, it was discovered that she did not even reside in Pocheon and didn't respond properly, leading to a police report on October 27, 2022. The police, believing they only needed to confirm the child was alive, asked Mrs. Ho to bring a photo of the child. However, the photo she provided was not of Chuan, but another child, whose age did not even match Chuan's. Chuan, born on October 12, 2018, would have been 4 years old at the time of the report. When Mrs. Ho was asked to bring the child in person, she brought a child who appeared to be only about 2 years old, claiming it was Chuan. However, it was later revealed that the child she brought to the police was actually born from her new live-in boyfriend and not Chuan. After the case was publicized, a tip revealed that Mrs. Ho had even posted a strange request on a local secondhand trading platform, Carrot Market, seeking a 4-year-old girl to impersonate her daughter. Under further inquiry, she told the police she abandoned Chuan due to financial difficulties. When the police visited the place she claimed to have abandoned her daughter with Mrs. Ho, she seemed indifferent, as if it was someone else's business. The police, suspecting the absence of any reports or witnesses in a frequently visited area, sensed something was off. From this point on, the police, having shifted their investigation to a serious criminal case, mobilized all their resources. Mr. Choi, 29, the father of Chuan,
People
was
don't
5
really
years younger
redeem that
than
nowadays.
Mrs. Ho,
I don't know.
and was incarcerated
Maybe they
on fraud
prefer to
charges at the
be
time of the
sat on
incident.
or stepped
The two
on.
were
I don't know.
divorced and separated at the time. Extracting a
Maybe the
confession from
incel
Mrs.
culture
Ho
has
proved to
already
be challenging,
ended.
even after
Maybe
receiving
it's
a
over
confession
now.
from Chuan's biological father. Her testimony kept changing, and she appeared both calm and naive. Mrs. Ho, a resident of Pyeongtaek, changed her daughter Chuan's registered address to Pocheon,
I mean, you're
where she had
welcome to
relatives,
redeem
after
that. I don't
Chuan's
mind.
death, indicating a degree of calculated forethought. Initially, she denied the allegations, claiming she had left the child on the street and consequently lost her. When a profiler was involved and the digital forensic results were disclosed, Mrs. Ho reluctantly confessed to the crime during police questioning. She had a boyfriend at the time. However, it was revealed that she diligently visited her ex-husband in prison, totaling over 70 visits. Although she always visited alone and never with the children, Mr. Choi didn't suspect anything. Nevertheless, Mrs. Ho informed Mr. Choi about the child's death and asked for his help in abandoning the body. Strangely, Mr. Choi did not ask any questions about the child's death and instead helped dispose of the body. Chuan died at their residence in Pyeongtaek and was stored in a carrier bag, then moved to a relative's house in Pucheon, and later handed over to her father, Mr. Choi, upon his release from prison.
Where are my abusive
Mr.
goth
Choi, who stored
Latina
his daughter's
girls?
body in a kimchi container, became the main suspect. Fearing the state's pursuit, he discarded a shopping bag containing the body in the canopy of his village rooftop in Seodaemungu.
My energy
Ultimately,
right
3
now
years
is
after her death,
for
on November
art commissions
14th,
because I have a
Chuan's
deadline.
body was discovered.
If I didn't have a deadline,
The small
I'd step
body of
on
the
your
child,
face.
which was unrecognizable due to being
I'd
wrapped
be
in 12
I'd be
layers of
the
wrapping paper and plastic,
abusive
evoked
goth
a
Latina
sense of
girl
despair
you're
among
looking
the
for.
investigators. Chuan's remains, which had been moved multiple times by her parents, finally found rest. The two were arrested on different charges, Mrs. Ho for violating the Child Welfare Act and hiding a body, and Mr. Choi also for hiding a
I
body.
believe so.
Shockingly, it was later revealed that
This
Mr.
one, though.
Choi carried his daughter Chuan in a kimchi container for 2 years.
You attract
He worked as a
abusive
delivery
girls
driver
in real life?
and carried the shopping
Nah.
bag containing the kimchi container with Chuan inside
too
while
bad.
working, and even going to the sauna and internet cafe. It is known that he even held into the kimchi container
How do I even
while
put a
sleeping.
text? I don't know. I forgot.
Mr.
It's been a
Choi,
while
while shedding
since I
tears, stated that he
added
slept
text.
hugging the container because he felt sorry for her, which seems to be an attempt to reduce his sentence. During the investigation, Mrs. Ho shed tears and expressed feeling wronged. Mrs. Ho
Play
admitted to leaving the
Tekken.
child alone at home
I'd
without
love
feeding
to,
her, but vehemently denied
like
the
I
suspicion of
said,
murder, stating that she
my-
returned home
my
in the
thing
morning,
is
found the child dead,
whatchamacallit.
and out of fear hid the body.
I have
She only
a
admitted to
deadline for
asking
the
her husband to
commissions.
abandon the body. Mrs. Ho
gotta
mentioned
let
that about a week before the
subcommission
child
to
passed
finish.
away, she had a fever and was vomiting, but she didn't take her daughter to the hospital and neglected her. According to a broadcast investigation, when Chuan was alive, there were red spots all over her body. One expert noted that it is difficult to see this as simply atopic dermatitis and could possibly be due to poor hygiene or not changing diapers for a long time, leading to skin diseases causing the spots.
People, men or women,
Also, the
who's
child's physical
conventionally
condition was
attractive, some of them
extremely
have
skeletal,
really
indicating that she was
horrible
unable to eat properly
personalities,
for a
maybe
long
because
time.
they feel like
Moreover, even after Shuan was no
them being
longer alive,
attractive
they
can get them
fraudulently
out of
received
trouble
4 million won in child
every
support from the
time.
government,
So,
using her as an excuse.
can barely hear me?
In
What?
addition to Chuan, the couple also had a 4-year-old son whose condition was also severe. There were frequent instances of him wandering around the neighborhood alone in thin clothes during winter, leading neighbors to report it to the police. They also didn't send the child to kindergarten. In fact, the mother, while her husband was in prison, met a lot of men through dating apps.
I
The
was
day before
saying
Chuan's
that
death,
people
she
who
even
are
stayed at a hotel with her
conventionally
boyfriend.
attractive, some of them
After
have
meeting with her
very,
partner,
like,
she not only
horrible
neglected young
personalities
Chuan,
because
but also
they
didn't take
feel
care of
like
her
they can
son.
get away with anything in life
Therefore,
just because
there
they're
is also a
attractive.
possibility that in addition to neglect, there was
And
habitual abuse
we can't
towards the
really do
children.
anything about it
And
because
astonishingly,
humans
it was later revealed
are
that the couple, Mr. Trey and Mrs.
motivated
Hall,
by
had one more child. In April 2016,
anything that's
4 years
pleasing to
before
the
the youngest Chuan
eyes.
passed away in 2020, their second child, born in December 2015, died from an unidentified accident just after his 100th day. The X-ray results of the child, brought to the emergency room
I
in a state
think
of cardiac arrest, revealed a significant fracture in the skull, and traces
it's
of
our
healed
fault.
fractures
Like, it's
were
humans'
found
fault.
in the ribs and arm bones. At the time, the couple
That's
claimed that the skull
why.
fracture resulted from the child falling off the bed and hitting his head, and that the chest and arm injuries were accidentally caused by their first child. Experts who examined the second child's x-rays defined it as murder by unnecessary malice. Children's bones are elastic, making it difficult for fractures to occur. For instance, a rib fracture would require force equivalent to kicking a soccer ball. A twist fracture, severe enough to break a child's arm, is impossible without an adult grabbing and twisting or turning the arm. Despite the clear evidence of abuse, astonishingly, the police station that investigated the case concluded that the second child, who was 100 days old, died from a simple accident. This leads to speculation that Chuan, who also died, may have been exposed to abuse. At the time of the autopsy, Chuan's body was severely decomposed, making it impossible to determine not only the cause of death, but also any injury sustained before death. The cause of death is suspected to be airway obstruction and hypoglycemia, but abuse resulting from neglect cannot be ruled out. However, one clue was left on Chuan's body. A hole was found in the skull during the autopsy. Experts said that the body could have been mummified with the skull damaged, appearing like a hole in the back of the head. Considering this couple may have
100%, but can't do much when all a conventionally pretty girl says something.
Collected allowances,
Army of sins.
it is difficult to dismiss the suspicion that for Mrs. Hall, Chuan was
well,
nothing more than a
society
tool
has
for
been
receiving
designed that
financial
way,
aid.
has been functioning that way. Unless
According to
society
broadcast
changes, nothing
investigation,
changes really.
Mrs. Hall had been adept at lying since her school days and had a
Like,
criminal
why
record.
is
Surprisingly,
why
she
is the
graduated
system
from the
corrupt?
police
It's
academy.
because people vote
Even
for
her
corrupt
classmates,
people. So
seniors and juniors
it's still
who
our
opposed
fault.
her didn't know
We
much
did it to
about her,
ourselves.
only remembering that her father was a police officer. However, the investigation